Chapter 227. When Yang Ming saw Ho Jinhan, this guy was still wearing the black clothes he wore that day. However, he didn't look as cool as he did that day. During the day, this was just an ordinary security uniform. It was already wrinkled and messy. Ho Jinhan, Yang Ming called. Ho Jinhan quickly turned his head. When he saw Yang Ming, he hurriedly trotted over. Benefactor, Ho Jinhan blurted out. Yang Ming frowned. Fortunately, there weren't many people around. Otherwise, if they heard Ho Jinhan, they might cast a strange look. Don't call me benefactor. Just call me Yang Ming. Yang Ming said faintly. How can that be? You are the benefactor of my family. Ho Jinhan was a little excited. You not only saved my mother, but also saved me. After I went home, I thought about it again. I felt that I was very despicable. I actually robbed an unarmed and defenseless female student. I was really... Fortunately, you stopped me before it was too late. Otherwise, even if my mother's illness was cured, I wouldn't be happy. Then you call me Mr. Yang. The word benefactor is really awkward. Yang Ming saw that Ho Jinhan was sincere, so he let him change the title. Okay, Mr. Yang. Ho Jinhan nodded. Then he took out a small bag from his pocket and handed it to Yang Ming. This is the rest of the money from the surgery. There is still 1,100 yuan. I will return it to you first. I will try to find a job to return the rest of the money to you. You don't have a job? Yang Ming glanced at Ho Jinhan and didn't take the money in his hand. Yes, but I was fired by the boss. I worked for 2 months and didn't get a penny. Ho Jinhan said with some indignation. Why? Asked Yang Ming. It was all deducted. In the hotel, sometimes I couldn't stand the guests flirting with the waiters. I went up to stop it, but the guests complained. Instead, the boss deducted my salary. Ho Jinhan shook his head and said helplessly, you obstructed the boss's path to wealth, so of course he fired you. Yang Ming was very open-minded about this kind of thing. Every industry has its own rules. As a participant, you should follow the rules of this industry. Otherwise, you'll be eliminated. But should I just sit back and do nothing? Ho Jinhan looked at Yang Ming in surprise. He didn't expect that this college student, who was about the same age as him, would say such vicissitudes of life. Unless you have enough ability to become the master of this industry, then you can set the rules as you please. Yang Ming said lightly, the hotel you went to is a small place, right? Well, it's not that big. How do you know? Asked Ho Jinhan. If we can achieve the scale of a nightless club, no one will challenge this rule. They have their own rules. A lady is a lady, and a waiter is a waiter. Yang Ming said with a smile. Ho Jinhan nodded thoughtfully, then shook his head and sighed. He seemed to accept the cruel reality of society. Use this money to buy some nutrition for your mother. People who have undergone surgery are very weak. Yang Ming said, wait until you find a job in the future, then you can pay me back. How can this be? Ho Jinhan hesitated. Yang Ming was telling the truth. The old man's body was not as good as the young man's. The young man would recover quickly after a cut, but the old man's physical functions were declining. If the nutrition couldn't keep up, the wound would be difficult to heal. Let's go. Let's buy something together. Yang Ming patted Ho Jinhan's shoulder, then turned and walked in the direction of Zhang Bin's car. Get in the car. Yang Ming took out the remote control and opened the door. Ho Jinhan didn't ask much. He obediently got in the car with Yang Ming. Yang Ming took him to a supermarket and bought some supplements. He then went to the market to buy some food that was good for wound recovery before driving to the hospital. He came to the ward with Ho Jinhan, but he didn't see anyone on the bed. This was a 4-person ward, and the environment was relatively simple. The family members of the other 3 beds were talking to their family members. Ho Jinhan was stunned. Then he asked a family member of the patient next to him, Big sister, have you seen my mother? Ah, young man, you are back. The big sister next to him looked back and saw Ho Jinhan. She quickly said, your mother was sent to the emergency room. What? Emergency room? Ho Jinhan was shocked and asked anxiously, what happened, big sister? Why did my mother go to the emergency room? Your mother just got up to go to the toilet. The old lady walked slowly. Suddenly, a group of fierce young men came in the corridor. They shouted and asked the people on the side of the road to run forward. As a result, the old lady wasn't prepared, so she was pushed. Her wound split open, and she bled profusely, said the big sister. How was it pushed? It was a young man wearing sunglasses who kicked the old lady. His mouth also scolded her for being an old woman. It seemed that their boss was cut down, and they were in a hurry to bandage the wound. A young man wearing glasses interjected. Where's my mother now? Ho Jinhan's face was pale. He clenched his fist, and his eyes were bloodshot. Young man, don't be excited. The doctor has already gone to rescue her. She should be in the emergency room, right? Said the big sister. Mom, Ho Jinhan said as he rushed out of the ward. Yang Ming quickly pulled him and said, calm down. Where are you going? I want to find the person who kicked my mother. I want to kill him. Ho Jinhan was about to go berserk. Where are you going to find the person? Yang Ming said coldly, follow me and control your emotions. Ho Jinhan opened his mouth. After a while, he said with a sigh of relief, okay. Yang Ming turned and went out of the door of the ward. He came to the nurse's station not far away. Then he found a nurse and asked, hello, I want to ask. There is an old woman in Ward 409. Was she sent to the emergency room? You are? The nurse looked up and asked, I am her son. Ho Jinhan said quickly, what happened to my mother? Your mother's wound is open. She has been sent to the operating room. I will help you contact the attending physician. If there is anything, you can ask him. The little nurse said, then, did you see who made my mother like this? Ho Jinhan asked suddenly. I don't know. The little nurse shook her head quickly. How is it possible? You are lying. My mother went to the toilet. The toilet is opposite the stairs. You saw it clearly from here. How can you say that you didn't see it? Ho Jinhan suddenly widened his eyes, and his veins were exposed. What were you doing? I really didn't see it. The little nurse was frightened. Hey, what's wrong with you? At this time, an older nurse came over and glared at Ho Jinhan. I'm sorry, Auntie. My friend is a little emotional. Yang Ming quickly pulled Ho Jinhan's clothes and said to the older nurse, Auntie, did you see the person who caused the accident? They came up with a large group of people. It was bustling. They were all wearing sunglasses. How could we see it clearly? The older nurse shook her head. But I heard them shouting in the hospital. They are brothered as people. If the doctor doesn't come out quickly, they will smash the hospital. Brotherda? Yang Ming sneered. You xiangda? Young man, you can't afford to provoke these people. Let's just forget about this. Don't look for trouble. The older nurse tried to persuade her. Your friend is too emotional. This is a young nurse who just graduated from our department. She's young, so how can she withstand such a fright? Besides, this happened. Who dares to go and take a look? At this time, Ho Jinhan's mood had eased a lot. He scratched his head embarrassedly and said to the little nurse, I'm sorry. I was too anxious. I didn't scare you, right? No, nothing. The little nurse said shyly. Her face was slightly red. Although this little nurse wasn't a beauty, she was very delicate. Yang Ming didn't feel anything, but Ho Jinhan was a little stunned. Auntie, where are those people now? Yang Ming didn't care about Ho Jinhan and continued to ask. Those people were just superficial wounds. They left after they were bandaged. The older nurse shook her head. They didn't even give money, but the doctors in the hospital are experienced. They don't dare to take money from such people. Then why didn't you call the police? Ho Jinhan said angrily. Yang Ming shook his head. Ho Jinhan still doesn't seem to understand this society. It's too idealistic. However, wasn't I like this in the beginning? It's just that in recent times I have matured. Sure enough, the older nurse shook her head and said, call the police? At most, they would delay the medical fees. Even if the police came, it would only be a mediation. After the police leave, they would come back to retaliate against us. Chapter 228. But the police don't care about the wounds on their bodies. Although Ho Jinhan felt that the older nurse was telling the truth, he still didn't give up. Should we just let these guys be arrogant? He wounds? Yang Ming had mingled in the underworld. He knew too much about this. They can say that they accidentally cut themselves when they were playing tricks. Who stipulated that they couldn't cut themselves? This. Ho Jinhan was speechless. Yeah, can't they hurt themselves? At this time, The attending doctor came over and said to Ho Jinhan, "Your mother is no longer in danger. The wound has been resutured, but she must stay in the hospital for a few more days. The medical fees and surgery fees have to be paid again. But this happened in your hospital. You should be responsible." Ho Jinhan was a little unhappy when he heard that he had to pay. "Sir, don't make it difficult for me. I can't help it," said the doctor helplessly. Yang Ming waved his hand to Ho Jinhan and said, "Where do I pay?" "Take this bill to the cashier downstairs." The doctor looked at Yang Ming gratefully. When they came to the cashier downstairs, Ho Jinhan was puzzled. This happened in the hospital. Naturally, it should be solved in the hospital. Moreover, why didn't the underworld people pay? They didn't dare to say anything. Hee, do you understand the law of the jungle? Yang Ming smiled. If you don't pay, they will stop the medicine. But for the underworld, do they dare? No one dares to take their life as a joke. Then they're not afraid of my revenge? Ho Jinhan was a little annoyed. Hee, they will call the police. Yang Ming shook his head. Just now, when he heard the older nurse say brother to, his heart suddenly jumped. Yes, after Yang Ming reconsidered yesterday, he felt that Bao Somli's words were still very attractive. Although the underworld forces couldn't be exposed, they were the most powerful in many cases. Therefore, just now a bold plan was formed in Yang Ming's mind. Ho Jinhan seemed to accept this reality. He sighed slightly and didn't say anything else. Yang Ming handed the cashier a bank card. After swiping it, he received the payment receipt. "Let's go and check on Andy." Yang Ming patted Ho Jinhan's shoulder and said, "Right, I heard that you just told me in the car that you retired from the Special Forces." Yes, back then. Ho Jinhan apparently remembered the magnificent scene of him galloping on the battlefield. But now everything was back to reality. No matter how valiant he was back then, it was all in the past. "It's nothing. What do you want to say?" Yang Ming pretended to be interested and asked. "It's all in the past. I have a body of skills, but I have no place to put them to good use." Ho Jinhan said self-deprecatingly, "That year, he was defeated by me. He was a Special Forces soldier in Country D. After he retired, he joined a mercenary group and got a high salary that I could never dream of. As for me, I was fired as a security guard." When Yang Ming heard Ho Jinhan's words, his heart moved. He was even more certain of his earlier thought. "What do you think of the underworld?" Yang Ming suddenly asked. "Underworld? Humph. He hit my mother. If I catch him, I will beat him up." Ho Jinhan said bitterly. "Oh, what if they didn't hit your mother?" Yang Ming asked again. "Then what does their good or bad have to do with me?" Ho Jinhan shook his head. "Do you want to do something?" The reason why Yang Ming dared to say these words to Ho Jinhan was that he completely believed in this person's character. From the fact that he guarded the door and returned the remaining money, it could be seen that there was no problem with Ho Jinhan's character. This person wasn't greedy for money and didn't have many crooked thoughts. It was precisely because of this that Yang Ming thought of his own plan. "Do something?" Ho Jinhan was stunned, but then he said with some surprise, "You want me to join the underworld?" Yang Ming looked at him and nodded slowly. "Why?" Ho Jinhan looked at Yang Ming with some incomprehension. He didn't understand why this college student suddenly suggested that he join the underworld. "Help me, or to give you a meal," Yang Ming said faintly. "Help you?" Ho Jinhan was stunned. "What do you mean?" Yang Ming looked at Ho Jinhan's eyes and didn't speak for a long time. Until Ho Jinhan was a little scared, he said, "Because I want to be a rule maker." This was the result of Yang Ming's consideration in the past few days. If he didn't have strength, then he would always be bullied by some people. If he had strength, then there wouldn't be people like Wang Jitao and Sun Jiwei. However, Yang Ming didn't want to be involved in the underworld. After all, the underworld was very troublesome. Once he entered, it would be difficult to get out. He originally wanted to use Bao Sanli as his spokesperson to do something. However, Yang Ming thought about it again and again. Although his relationship with Bao Sanli was good, and Bao Sanli was also more submissive to him, it didn't mean that Bao Sanli was willing to be under Yang Ming's command. Why? Bao Sanli just felt that Yang Ming had some fighting strength, but excluding this, Bao Sanli didn't think that Yang Ming had anything special. If Yang Ming could help him, then it was fair to occupy the north and south of the city with Yang Ming. However, if Yang Ming retreated behind the scenes, then why would Bao Sanli bow to Yang Ming? When he heard that Bao Sanli was a special forces soldier, a bold idea was formed. Yes, if Hou Zhenhan could be a spokesperson, then everything would be solved. Hou Zhenhan took out a cigarette, lit it with trembling hands, and took a big puff. He couldn't believe that the young man in front of him, who was about the same age as him, would actually say such shocking words. Hou Zhenhan was an honest person. Yang Ming had helped him twice. In his heart, he had already regarded Yang Ming as a benefactor. Yes, if there wasn't the appearance of Yang Ming, it would be a problem whether he could grab the money to save his mother. Even if he could grab it, what would he become now? Therefore, it was reasonable for him to agree to whatever Yang Ming asked him to do without hesitation. But now, Yang Ming's suggestion was to let him mingle with the underworld. Is there any essential difference between the underworld and robbery? Hou Zhenhan was a little confused. Those people who just pushed his mother were even more hateful than robbers, in his opinion. But he didn't expect that he would become a part of them. I don't want to do bad things. After smoking a cigarette, Hou Zhenhan said slowly. During this period, Yang Ming had been watching him silently. Yes, Yang Ming was also very nervous. His idea was too crazy. Yang Ming even felt that he was taking advantage of Hou Zhenhan's weakness. He was taking advantage of Hou Zhenhan's honesty and gratitude to him. He actually asked him to do this kind of thing. Hou Zhenhan only said, "I don't want to," but he didn't say, "I won't do it." This meant that in a sense, he had already promised Yang Ming. What do you think is good and what is bad? Yang Ming smiled and asked, for example, the agents of the two countries fought when they were carrying out a mission. Then which side is good? Which side is bad? This. Hou Zhenhan was stunned. Yes, Yang Ming's question was really impossible to answer. He could only say, it could be considered as serving their own masters. This is it. When you do things, as long as you have a clear conscience, it will be fine. Yang Ming said, the underworld will always exist. But if you want to rectify it, you must be the one who sets the rules. I understand. Hou Zhenhan nodded and said firmly, what should I do? Now the underworld of Songjiang is very chaotic. There may be a bloody storm soon. I have a friend who has a lot of power in the south of the city. His opposite is Brother De, who was mentioned by the nurse, and Yu Xiangde in the north of the city. Yang Ming said, what you have to do is to help my friend deal with Yu Xiangde. Okay. When Hou Zhenhan heard that he was dealing with Brother De, who caused his mother to be injured today, he immediately said without hesitation. Yang Ming sighed secretly. He hoped that Hou Zhenhan would not blame him in the future. Although this road was difficult, it did not mean that it was impossible. As for me, I will find other people to help you secretly. The other people that Yang Ming mentioned were himself, but he was not ready to reveal his identity as an assassin. For the specific plan, we will find a place where there is no one to talk about it. Now, let's look at Andy's condition first. Hou Zhenhan nodded and stood up. Mr. Yang, Hou Zhenhan, have returned this favor. If something happens to me in the future, you take care of my mother for me. Sure. Yang Ming nodded and smiled. But you have watched too many movies. The underworld is not as dangerous as you think. It was indeed Hou Zhenhan who thought too much. If it was so easy to kill people, Bao Sanli would have sent someone to assassinate Yu Xiangde, or Yu Xiangde would have sent someone to assassinate Bao Sanli. Chapter 229. Hou Zhenhan's mother was fine. Her life was not in danger, but the incision was cracked. The middle-aged woman in the ward was a bit too serious. It was not a hemorrhage at all. However, the discharge time will be extended a lot. Yang Ming took out 3,000 yuan in cash and handed it to Hou Zhenhan so that he could prepare for emergencies. Hou Zhenhan hesitated and accepted Yang Ming's money. At this moment, Hou Zhenhan had decided to do what Yang Ming said. There were two reasons. First, he really had nothing to do now. He had martial arts, but there was no place to use them. Even if he was a security guard, it was only 800 yuan a month. It was just enough to spend. In this era of soaring prices, 800 yuan was not enough. Secondly, The most important reason was that Yang Ming helped him at his most critical moment. He had no choice but to rob, but Yang Ming could still trust him and lend him the money. Just for this trust, Ho Jinhan felt that it was worth it even if he had to go through water and tread on fire. Ho Jinhan lost his father when he was a child. His mother had been raising him. Later, he became a soldier and often performed some special tasks. He was not home all year round. He felt that the most sorry person in his life was his mother, so he vowed to be filial to his mother when he came back. Yang Ming saved his mother. This made Ho Jinhan more grateful than saving himself. So Ho Jinhan decided to do what Yang Ming said in the future. The two people found a coffee shop with very few guests. There were not many people at this time, so it was convenient for the two to talk. Yang Ming told his idea to Ho Jinhan. Ho Jinhan did not ask why. He just nodded and decided to do what Yang Ming said. This was a form of trust. He trusted Yang Ming, just like how Yang Ming trusted him. Sometimes, things were just that simple. Ho Jinhan had no objection to Yang Ming's plan. Yang Ming nodded and then came to a mobile phone store with Ho Jinhan. In order to facilitate communication, Yang Ming was going to buy him a mobile phone, but Ho Jinhan insisted on buying a 50-yuan antique Nokia. This thing can be used as a weapon in a fight. Ho Jinhan said with an indifferent smile. Hee, but what you said makes sense. It may be useful at a critical moment. Yang Ming also smiled. Then, he bought an anonymous SIM card. After charging, Yang Ming asked him to keep it on 24 hours so that he could contact him at any time. In the evening, Yang Ming returned to the dormitory and called Bao Sanli. Brother Bao, I am Yang Ming, said Yang Ming. Sently, how are you and you Xiangda? Yang Ming asked tentatively. Fuck, today was really cool. I sent someone to kill you Xiangda's right-hand man. I heard that he went to the hospital to get 4 or 5 stitches. Bao Sanli said with some joy, Right, Brother Yang, you called me. Did you figure it out? You Xiangda's man went to the hospital? Yang Ming was stunned. The association saw the situation in the hospital today. It was most likely that the person who was killed pushed Ho Jinhan's mother to the ground. Today, I accompanied my friend to the hospital. I heard that Yu Xiangda's man was injured. I guess it was you. Yang Ming smiled. He hesitated and didn't say his plan. Now is the time when Bao Sanli won and was proud of himself. If Yang Ming proposed to find someone to help him, Bao Sanli would definitely not pay attention. But if Bao Sanli made this suggestion when he was at a disadvantage, it would undoubtedly be a timely help. Yang Ming's bargaining chip would also increase a lot. So, Yang Ming immediately decided to wait. In a sense, Yang Ming wasn't the kind of selfless person. Before doing anything, he would first consider his own interests and then others. In fact, this was the nature of most people. Yang Ming was just one of them. Haha, then it really is true. It's really cool. Bao Sanli smiled and said, It seems that the people on Yu Xiangda's side aren't that good. Yeah, it's nothing. I just asked casually. Keep in touch. Yang Ming said. Okay, right, Brother Yang. What do you think of the matter that I mentioned? Asked Bao Sanli. Let's talk about it later. You don't need me now. Yang Ming smiled and said, My main job now is still to study. You are right. You are a college student. It's quite difficult for you to mingle with others. Bao Sanli nodded and said, That's fine. I won't force you. When you want to come over and help me, just tell me. You are my best right-hand man. No problem. Yang Ming said straightforwardly. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming fell into contemplation. Previously, Bao Sanli told him that the two of them would work together to conquer the world. But today it became to help him and let him be his right-hand man. It seems that everyone is selfish. If possible, who is willing to be in a lower position? People like Ho Jinhan are too few. However, it was no wonder. Bao Sanli won a big battle today. It was normal for his self-confidence to be inflated. Overall, this person was still very loyal. Yang Ming believed that even if he went over to help him, he would still agree to the previous conditions. However, since there is a better opportunity, why not wait a little longer? Yang Ming skipped class for a day. Fortunately, the tutor had already informed him in advance. Otherwise, Yang Ming's trouble was really big. This time, even Sun Jiwei couldn't do anything. Xie Yongqiang had spoken. What can you, a class monitor, do? You're just a spokesperson for the tutor. Soon, it was the weekend. It was the day to promote the 7 forbid dances, 5 disciplines, and 4 beauties at the train station. This was an activity jointly organized by the Student Union, the Environmental Protection Department, and the Urban Management Department. The other classes were basically the class committee. Only Yang Ming was a non-public official. He was at least a dormitory leader. Computer Science Level 08 Class 2 went with Yang Ming together with the female vice class monitor, Song Yu, and a bookworm that Sun Jiwei didn't like. In fact, this was a good opportunity for the class committee. The secretaries and tutors in the department all participated. They could establish a good relationship with them through this activity. It was very convenient whether it was running for the student union or staying in the school in the future. Maybe Sun Jiwei didn't care about these and left this opportunity to Song Yu and herself. The department secretary first let the tutors of each class register the volunteer students who were present. Yang Ming knew that this list, to a large extent, became the department secretary's reference standard for the students. However, Yang Ming didn't want to join the student union or stay in the school, so this wasn't very useful to him. The 3 people in the opposite class of Level 08 Class 1 were the class committee. They were the class monitor, Yu Shuai, the vice class monitor, Zhou Jiejie, and the life committee member, Li Xiaoji. Because they were in the opposite class, the 6 people were inevitably assigned to the same group. The train station was generally the most chaotic place in every city. There were a lot of people from all over the country. Some ticket scalpers, thieves, and gangsters gathered here. Although the city was also rectifying, this kind of thing didn't solve the root cause. It came back in 2.5 days. Therefore, considering the safety of the students, the school only agreed that the students had the right to promote. It didn't encourage them to stop some people who violated the 7 forbid dances, 5 disciplines, and 4 beauties. Even so, the school still sent some physical education teachers and security to ensure the safety of the students. Zhou Jiejie and Song Yu were the leaders of Yang Ming's group. Song Yu, on the other hand, was easy to deal with because she was the most senior official in Class 2. However, the class monitor of Class 1, Yu Shuai, was also there. He just said ladies first. In fact, many people in the class saw that Yu Shuai was interested in Zhou Jiejie and deliberately let her be his leader. Who was the leader had nothing to do with Yang Ming. He just wanted to get through this day. Originally, he wanted to ask Xie Yongqiang for leave and not come, but he thought that instructor Xie had already given him a lot of face. If he didn't even give this face, it would be a bit too much. Yang Ming and the boy in his class, Lu Huang, who wasn't liked by Sun Jiwei, carried the bulletin board. Zhou Jiejie and Song Yu held the flyer. Yu Shuai and Li Xiaoji took the loudspeaker and amplifier and rushed to the pre-planned area. They were responsible for promoting near the ticket entrance of the train station. It was a relatively chaotic area. Ticket scalpers and thieves were more concentrated in this area. Of course, Yang Ming only knew about this. The few students who hadn't entered society didn't understand this at all. They thought that it was more lively here. After setting up the bulletin board and connecting the amplifier and sound system, the promotional activities began. Yang Ming and the others picked up a stack of leaflets and handed them out. Yang Ming usually looked for some old people to hand them out. Only these people would be interested in these leaflets. The leaflets that were given to the young people would be thrown away the moment they were given to them. The flyers were clearly printed. 7 forbid dances, no throwing peels and confetti. Chapter 230. He didn't know if it was because a person's personality had changed or she had grown up and had a different view of things. Zhou Jiejie, who used to be so serious, had now become a little more sophisticated. The flyer was thrown to the ground. Zhou Jiejie just silently picked it up and threw it into a recycling bin behind her. Yang Ming looked and shook his head. This was a completely different person from the Zhou Jiejie in his memory. His previous memory had become fragmented in front of this person now. However, Yang Ming had a very evil thought. Could Zhou Jiejie be a person with dual personalities? She actually played an erotic video? What's the matter with you? Why are you so rude? Yang Ming turned around. It turned out to be Song Yu's voice. At this moment, she was pointing at a young man wearing sunglasses and said sternly, "How can you spit on the flyer and then throw it on the ground? Fuck, you gave it to me, so it's mine. I can do whatever I want." The young man glared at Song Yu and scolded. "It's the obligation of every citizen not to throw peels and confetti." Song Yu frowned. She didn't expect the person in front of her to be so rude. "Biaozi, why aren't you leaving? What are you doing here?" A bald man came to the side of the sunglasses man and said impatiently, "Huh, this little girl is talking to me about the 5 disciplines and 4 beauties and the 7 imperatives of the city. Ha ha ha. Fuck, I'm dying of laughter." The sunglasses man laughed unscrupulously. "It reminds me of my childhood. What a familiar voice. Ha ha. Why are you wasting time with her? Hurry up. Brother just said that we have to study the battle plan today." The bald man reminded, "Little girl, remember, next time, don't talk to the underworld about the 5 disciplines and 4 beauties." The sunglasses man reached out and patted Song Yu's face. Then he grabbed a few flyers from her hand and tore them to pieces in front of her and threw them on the ground. Song Yu was a little angry. She didn't expect this person to be so excessive. Even Zhou Jiajia on the side couldn't stand it. She said with slight anger, "Aren't you a bit too much? Too much." The sunglasses man, Biaozi, said to the bald man next to him, "Quantum Master, did you hear that? He said I was too much." "Ha ha ha, idiot." Quantum Master glanced at Zhou Jiajia and suddenly showed a pig's expression. "Yo, little girl, you're quite pretty. How? Do you want to have fun with your brother? What the fuck are you talking about?" As soon as Yu Shuai heard it, he couldn't take it anymore. Because the person who was insulted was the person he liked, Yu Shuai's words were a bit harsh. However, he also looked carefully. There were only 2 people on the other side, and there were 4 young men on his side. Besides, the teachers in the school were patrolling nearby. The bald head, Liangzi, rolled his eyes and glanced at Yu Shuai. "Who the fuck farted to make you come out? SAS tut." At this time, Li Shaoji also stepped forward. Li Shaoji was Yu Shuai's confidant, so naturally, he would help Yu Shuai. Therefore, Yu Shuai wasn't afraid of him. If you apologize to her, nothing will happen. Otherwise, what's wrong? The sunglasses man, Biaozi, was a little unhappy. He was flirting with the little girl. He wasn't interested in talking to this stupid student. "Otherwise, why did you hit me? Idiot. What are you talking about?" Biaozi pushed the sunglasses man. Showing off in front of the woman you like is a common trait for most men. But if this trick is used well, it can often get a miraculous effect. Therefore, many people have tried it time and time again. For example, Yang Ming once read a web novel. In it, there was a person named Lu Lei who was a master at acting tough. He was a master at acting tough. It was just that that person had the ability to show off, so he could show off successfully. As for Biaozi, Yang Ming didn't know if Biaozi had this ability, so he had been looking at him coldly. "Little idiot, do you want to die?" The sunglasses man, Biaozi, saw that Biaozi actually dared to make the first move. He immediately became anxious and raised his hand to give Biaozi a slap. Biaozi wasn't stupid. After pushing the sunglasses man, he dodged back and then shouted, "Brothers, these 2 guys are stirring up trouble. Let's fix them together." His words were actually for Yang Ming and Lu Huang, because Li Xiaoji was originally on the same side as him. Lu Huang belonged to the kind of bookworm. He only knew how to write and draw all day long, so Sun Jiwei didn't like him. How could he participate in this kind of fight? Lu Huang saw that something happened here and hid far away. He almost ran away. Li Xiaoji wasn't a person who could fight. Generally, students who could be admitted to university with their own ability were basically the kind of good students in high school. Of course, sports students were an exception. Like Li Xiaoji and Biaozi, they almost didn't fight in high school. Occasionally, they would show off in front of their classmates. When they really fought, they didn't know what to do. Li Xiaoji was still eager to try, but when he saw that Yang Ming didn't want to help at all, he was a little overwhelmed. Looking at the 2 people in front of him, he knew that they weren't good people at first glance. They must be veterans of fighting. If he just went up like this, it was tantamount to courting death. "Idiot." The man in sunglasses saw the situation on Yu Shuai's side at a glance. He arrogantly took a step forward, then pointed at Yu Shuai's head and said arrogantly, "Have you become stupid from studying in school?" Then he directly kicked Biaozi and scolded, "Fuck your mother. You dare to be cocky with this kind of idiot? Do you believe that I will cripple you?" Little girl, your boyfriend is a coward. You'd better follow your big brother. I guarantee that you'll be awe-inspiring everywhere. Wherever you go, people will respectfully call you sister-in-law. You'll be able to eat and drink well. I'll let you see what's really awesome. Baldy Liangzi also took the opportunity to touch Zhou Jejia. Zhou Jejia avoided the pair of perverted hands of the bald man Liangzi without leaving a trace. Then she whispered, "Okay, you should stop. In a while, the people from a school security office will come. You can't leave." "Huh? Are you trying to scare me? Do you think I will be scared?" The sunglasses man Biaozi apparently didn't put Zhou Jejia's words in his heart. Security office? Is it very powerful? Let me tell you, I have been in the detention center N times. Come with us. The bald man Liangzi said as he smiled and grabbed Zhou Jejia's hand. Sonyu immediately went forward and pulled. Zhou Jejia stood up for her. She couldn't sit back and do nothing. "Hey, little sister, do you want to go back with me?" The sunglasses man smiled. "Huh, that's not bad. Let's play a 4P. The bald man, Liangzi, suggested. Yang Ming frowned. These two people were getting more and more outrageous. Although he didn't want to care about Zhou Jejia's matters, Sonyu was still in his class. Moreover, she was the vice class monitor. Yang Ming's impression of her was still okay. This person wasn't as bad as Sun Jiwei. Most of the time, she stood on the side of the students. She didn't like to report behind people's backs. "What are you looking at?" "Ha, Biaozi, look. That stupid guy over there is looking at us." The bald man Liangzi suddenly pointed at Yang Ming and smiled. "Fuck, are you envious of us? Haha, come over and call me Grandpa. When Grandpa plays, I will bring you along. Let's have a 5P. The sunglasses man smiled obscenely. "Motherfucker, you feel uncomfortable if I don't beat you up, right?" Yang Ming was somewhat helpless. He was hesitating whether to make a move. This guy was forcing him to make a decision. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. "What do you mean by looking for death? Some people just like to look for death. What do you mean by shaking your head?" The bald man, Liangzi, wasn't done yet. Yang Ming then walked over and said faintly, "You're not done, right?" Then he turned around and looked at Zhou Jejia and Sonyu. He said, "Both of you go back to work. Don't bother with these two idiots." Sonyu didn't know Yang Ming's strength. She felt strange and worried. However, Zhou Jejia's mouth had a faint smile. He finally made a move. "Motherfucker." The bald man Liangzi and the sunglasses man Biaozi were just acting cool. Suddenly, they were splashed with cold water by Yang Ming. They immediately stopped. They thought in their hearts, students nowadays are really not afraid of death. One after another. When Yang Ming heard the bald man Liangzi's words of greeting his mother, his pupils immediately shrank. He turned around and kicked the bald man Liangzi's head. Suddenly, there was a bloody mark on his big bald head. Yang Ming was a fighting master before. Now, after Fong Tian's training, he could even kill with one move. If Yang Ming's kick was a little lower and the strength was a little stronger, the bald man Liangzi would have become a dead man. But even so, this guy still held his head in pain and squatted on the ground. It was so painful that he wanted to die. Chapter 231. The sunglasses man, Biaozi, didn't expect Yang Ming to be so ruthless. He kicked Liangzi until he couldn't fight back. He was a little shocked. He took 2 steps back in horror and said, "Who are you? Let me tell you, we are not so easy to mess with. If you don't want to die, you better give me a satisfactory explanation." "Huh, I think you also want to taste the feeling of being kicked in the head, right?" Yang Ming saw that this guy's face was pale, but he was still talking. He couldn't help but admire his courage. "Let me tell you, we are all brothered as men. This is not over." The sunglasses man, Biaozi, looked at Yang Ming and warned him. "Brotherda, Yu Xiangda is an idiot, right? You go back and tell him that he's going to die soon. Yang Ming said faintly. What? You dare to scold Brother Da? But just as he said this, the sunglasses man, Biaozi's pants were pulled. Biaozi looked down. Liangzi didn't know when his pain had been relieved. He was shaking his head at him. Yes, Biaozi suddenly realized. In Songjiang, many people knew that Brother Da was the underworld boss, but they didn't know the real name of Brother Da. Even if they knew, few dared to call him by his name. Therefore, the student in front of him was probably also a person from the underworld. If the underworld people weren't from the north of the city, then they were from the south of the city. Listening to his tone, he might really be from Bao Sanli's side. Now the two groups were fighting to the death. Yang Ming's strength was so strong. If he was really annoyed, it was hard to guarantee that he would beat him again. Thinking of this, Biaozi quickly helped Liangzi up and ran. He left some words as he ran. You go back and tell Bao Sanli that Brother Da is not done with him. Let's see how long he can be arrogant. Yang Ming listened to Biaozi's words, but he immediately understood and couldn't help but smile. It seemed that these two guys thought that he was from Bao Sanli's side and escalated the conflict between them into a conflict between two gangs. But this is also good. Let it be a misunderstanding. At least the two of them won't come back to find Yang Ming's personal trouble again. Because he definitely thought that Yang Ming's provocation was entirely because of the two gangs. Thank you, Yang Ming. Song Yu saw that the two gangsters were beaten away by Yang Ming's, and she thanked him with lingering fear. But she said with worry, Yang Ming, why don't we talk to the teacher and ask him to send two people from the security office? I am afraid that the gangers will retaliate. It's okay. They won't come. Yang Ti. Calm? Biaozi. Biao was Bibiaozi's Lu Tissis Yang S and B's. When Zhou Jijia saw that Yang Ming actually took the initiative to talk to her, she couldn't help but feel happy. However, looking at Yang Ming's expression, it seemed that he was saying that she was meddling in other people's business. Zhou Jijia sighed secretly. Is he implying something else? Is he complaining that I shouldn't have done so many things in the past? Zhou Jijia was about to explain, but she saw that Yang Ming had turned his head and continued to distribute the flyers. Although Song Yu and Zhou Jijia were fine, the class monitor, Yu Shuai, was kicked by the sunglasses guy. Yu Shuai didn't exercise much, so his body's resistance to attacks was relatively weak. Plus, the kick was in the lower abdomen, where the bladder was located. It was really painful. If it was serious, it would cause the bladder to bleed. So, Yu Shuai hated Yang Ming. Why didn't you make a move just now? Why did you stand there and watch? If Yu Shuai's thoughts were known by Yang Ming would beat this kid on the spot. If you weren't in a hurry to be a hero in front of the beauty, would you be kicked? You don't have the strength, but you still pretend to be a hero. You are lucky that I didn't kick you to death. Sure enough, as Yang Ming expected, the two underlings of Yu Xiangda didn't come to find trouble again. Obviously, they had put their anger on Bao Sanli. The two groups were already like fire and water, so they didn't mind adding more conflicts. Yang Ming didn't feel that his actions would bring any trouble to Bao Sanli. Half a day passed in a blink of an eye. It was time for lunch. The school ordered lunch boxes for everyone. Yang Ming also received a box. When he opened it, the quality of the food inside was not bad. There were 2 vegetarian dishes and 1 meat. It was considered good for free. It was now November. It was the season from late autumn to early winter. The terrain of the train station was empty, so the wind was very strong. Yang Ming quickly finished the lunch boxes with the wind. Looking at the others, it was the same. The workload in the afternoon was obviously less than in the morning, and everyone's enthusiasm for work was not as high as in the morning. The other groups were similar to Yang Ming's group. They encountered a lot of unreasonable people, but there was no conflict. When they gathered, the secretary and the counselors asked each group to report their work situation and experience. When it came to Yang Ming's group, after Zhou Jijia and Song Yu reported, Yu Shuai hated Yang Ming. So he added, except for Yang Ming having a conflict with 2 little punks in the society, the work is satisfactory. What do you mean by other than Yang Ming having a little conflict with 2 hooligans in society and having a fight? Is this a small matter? The secretary immediately frowned after listening. How did this Yu Shuai become the class monitor? If you have something to say, just say it. You still pretend to be indifferent. Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are? Looking at you, there is a 99% chance that you said this deliberately. You want me to hold you accountable, right? The previous two team leaders didn't say this, but you said it. What do you mean? Yes, as a class cadre, it is right to be upright, but you don't seem to be upright. You are snitching. The secretary didn't like Yu Shuai's obvious way of pretending to spill the beans and snitching. Can't you say it properly? So he asked, what the hell is going on? Yu Shuai quickly pretended to be very embarrassed. He looked at Yang Ming and looked at Zhou Jiejia, but he didn't speak. The secretary was even more annoyed with this guy in front of him. Yu Shuai, your character seems to be very problematic. You dare to do it, but you don't dare to admit it? You pretended to spill the beans before, but now you are pretending to be a good person. Okay, don't say anything. I will talk to Xie Yongxiang in a while. It is best not to use this kind of narrow-minded person with bad intentions. Don't even think about the student union. Let me say it. Song Yu knew that this matter was caused by her, and Yang Ming also stood up for her, so she told the whole story truthfully. In the end, she also apologized. I'm sorry, department secretary. I just hid this matter because I was afraid that the school would worry about us. The secretary nodded after listening, but his face was not very good. Yu Shuai, you were really good. You didn't say anything when you stood up and got beaten up. The other party beat up the hooligans, but you're quite noisy. Aren't you biting the hand that feeds you? Okay, I will remember it. Yu Shuai listened to Song Yu's explanation, and his face couldn't help but turn green and red. He originally wanted to complain about Yang Ming, but he didn't expect it to end up like this. It seemed that the secretary was angry with him, so he quickly made up for it. Secretary, in fact, what I mean is that Yang Ming's intention was good, but the way he dealt with it was a bit extreme. He should have gone to the teacher first. Yeah, I don't know why you didn't go to the teacher at that time. After Yang Ming heard it, he inserted a sentence faintly. The situation was urgent. I had no choice but to do it. Yu Shuai was shocked. How could he forget this? Instead, he was checkmated by Yang Ming. You also said that the situation was urgent. If I went to the teacher, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to stand up now, right? Yang Ming's words were a bit sinister, but the people present also knew that Yang Ming was telling the truth. All right, let's end this here. It's fine as long as there is no big deal. The secretary said, well, let's end it here today. Everyone can disperse. If you want to go back to school, stay. The school bus will come in a while. If you don't want to go back to school, sign here and you can go by yourself. Yang Ming was going to go home. Originally, Yang Ming went home every Friday, but because of today's promotion, Yang Ming didn't go back, so he decided to go back today. Yang Ming stopped the car on the road. As he was about to get in, he saw Zhou Jiejia and Song Yu running over. Yang Ming frowned and had to ask, what's the matter? Wait for us. Yang Ming, I heard that your house is near the Songjiang bus factory. Zhou Jiejia ran over and asked, aren't you asking the obvious? Yang Ming sneered in his heart. They were junior high school classmates. It was written clearly in the contact book. Was there a need to hear about it? However, because Song Yu was next to him, she was the assistant class monitor of her class. Yang Ming and Sun Jiwei didn't get along well, so he would definitely trouble Song Yu in the future. Therefore, Yang Ming didn't expose it. He just said, yes, what's the matter? Chapter 232. Song Yu and I are going there too. Can you give us a ride? Zhou Jiejia said with a smile. Get in the car. Yang Ming nodded helplessly. Yang Ming couldn't refuse Zhou Jiejia's request. Yang Ming sat in the front passenger seat, while Zhou Jiejia and Song Yu sat in the back. After getting in the car, Yang Ming asked the two girls behind, where are you going? After passing by Red Flag High School, we can go down. Zhou Jiejia said. Okay. Yang Ming nodded and then said to the driver, sir, go to Red Flag High School first, then go to the Songjiang bus factory staff community. Okay, no problem. The driver nodded and started the car. In the car, Zhou Jiejia didn't say anything to Yang Ming. She just whispered to Song Yu. Yang Ming didn't take the initiative to talk to them. After arriving at Red Flag High School, they got off. When Yang Ming returned home, his parents were busy cooking. Before coming back, Yang Ming had already called and said that he was coming back for dinner. So, Yang Dehai went to the supermarket to buy fresh food in advance and got busy with Mother Yang. Yang Ming was admitted to university, and he could make money himself. His family won a prize and had a certain amount of savings. Yang Dehai was no longer as frugal as before. At least the salary of 2 people could be used to subsidize the family. Dad, Mom, why are you making so much delicious food? It's almost enough. Don't bother. Yang Ming took off his coat, then washed his hands and went into the kitchen to help his parents. Big Ming, don't do it. Your dad and I will be busy. The meat is fried. You eat it first. Mother Yang handed a pair of washed chopsticks to Yang Ming. Mom, I'm not in a hurry to eat. What else is there to do? I will help you. Yang Ming put the chopsticks on the table, but he wasn't in a hurry to eat. Big Ming is right. He is so old. He should learn some housework. Yang Dehai nodded after listening and said, when we get married in the future, we can't just serve them. What's wrong with that? Mother Yang didn't mind. How many young people nowadays know how to work? Chen Mingyan is also the only child in her family. When she marries Big Ming in the future, I will serve them. Look at what you're saying. They're a couple living together. If you go, won't you be a third wheel? Yang Dehai smiled and said, when the time comes, if the children want to eat ready-made food, just let us know in advance. Both of us will be busy at home. When they come back, they will eat and go back after eating. That's right. After little Ming gets married, we can let him and Chun Mingyan come to our house every day to eat before leaving. When Mother Yang mentioned that her son was going to get married, she was a little reluctant. Naturally, she wanted to see her son every day. Yang Ming felt that his parents were getting more and more ridiculous. He quickly coughed and interrupted, Dad, Mom, I'm only in my first year of college. I'm still far from marriage. Why are you worrying about me? How is it far? Don't think that I don't understand you young people, because I'm old. Now there are reports in the newspaper and on TV. Our colleagues also have children in college. They told me that there are a lot of couples who rent a house and live together outside. Mother Yang said, Big Ming, you can rest assured. Your mother isn't an unenlightened, old, stubborn person. I won't interfere with your matters. Mom, why are you getting more and more ridiculous? Yang Ming said so, but in his heart, I've been living together with Lan Ling for a long time. I just didn't tell my family. Right, Big Ming? How is your progress with Chen Mingyan? When are you going to bring her home to play? Didn't we agree last time? Mother Yang asked. Let's talk about it later. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. His relationship with Chun Mingyan was quite tense recently. Even if he invited her, she might not agree. How can we talk about it later? Big Ming, your mother is also an experienced person. I know some of your matters. You're a child born in the 90s. It's not a strange thing to have a girlfriend in college. Many children start to fall in love in junior high school. Mother Yang said, Sister Wang from our community is a girl. She rented a house outside with her male classmate. The matter between the two of them is most likely settled. Okay, if there's a chance, I will bring her back. Yang Ming had no choice but to say it perfunctorily. But he also understood his mother's current mood. Yes, most of the parents in China have the same idea as them. Since the child was born, they were worried about their future. From kindergarten to preschool, they began to plan a beautiful future for them. They would go to a famous primary school, then a key middle school, be admitted to a good high school, and finally expect them to go to college. After going to college, they would find a job, get married, and have children. Now that Yang Ming had successfully entered a famous university in China, and he didn't have to worry about a job in the future. So, Mother Yang put her eyes on her son's marriage. Yang Ming could understand these, but his current situation was a bit special. He would never give up on Lan Ling, but Chun Mingyan. After all, she was the first girl he truly fell in love with after Su Ye's hazy first love. He didn't want to give up either. So the problem was whether Chen Mingyan could accept him and Lan Ling. Yang Ming didn't think that the girls in reality would be like those girls in online novels who would allow their boyfriends to have multiple wives or even help them find other girlfriends. Now, every girl was very assertive, so it would be difficult for Chan Mingyan to accept him. During the conversation, Yang Dahai put the last dish, sweet and sour carp, on the table and said, "Okay, it's time to eat." Yang Ming took out the rice bowls from the cupboard and put 3 bowls of rice on the table. Mother Yang also took the bowls and chopsticks. The family of 3 sat around the big table and ate dinner happily. However, this warm moment was interrupted by a burst of urgent phone ringing. Mother Yang got up to answer the phone. Yang Ming and Yang Dahai also put down their chopsticks and waited for her to come back to continue eating. "What?" Yang Li, speak slowly. Mother Yang's voice came over. "Don't worry, second aunt is listening." "Okay, you wait a minute. I will ask your second uncle to answer the phone." After that, she shouted, "Dahai, come and answer the phone." In fact, there was no need for Mother Yang to shout. Yang Dahai and Yang Ming had already stood up and prepared to go over. Because from Mother Yang's abnormal tone, something must have happened on the other end of the phone. Yang Dahai quickly took the phone. "Yang Li, I'm your second uncle. Why are you looking for me?" "Second uncle, my father was kidnapped." Yang Li's panicked voice came from the phone. "You said that your elder brother was kidnapped?" Yang Dahai was stunned and said, "What happened? Who kidnapped him?" "I don't know. My father didn't come back last night. My mother and I thought that my father had a social engagement outside, so we didn't care. Until tonight, he didn't contact us. When I called his mobile phone, it was turned off." Yang Li said, "Not long after, we received a call from a strange man who claimed that my father was in his hands. He was currently very safe. He told us not to call the police. Otherwise, he would kill my father." "Then did you call the police?" Yang Dahai asked quickly. "No, we didn't dare." Yang Li said, "My mother was so scared that she sat on the bed. I didn't have any idea, so I called you to see." "Yang Li, you wait at home. We will come over immediately. Everything will wait until we meet." Yang Dahai knew that it wasn't clear on the phone, so he said quickly, "Okay, then you should hurry up," Yang Li said. Because Yang Li was more agitated and the phone receiver was relatively loud, Yang Ming heard the words clearly. He knew that his uncle was kidnapped and sighed slightly. This cousin of his would only take the initiative to call him at such a time. But no matter what, they were relatives. Yang Ming couldn't ignore it. Even if he didn't want to care, his father couldn't sit idly by. So, Yang Ming didn't say much. He put on his clothes and went downstairs with his parents. He stopped a taxi and went straight to Yang Li's home. The person who opened the door was Yang Li. At this moment, Yang Li didn't have the arrogance of the past. She was standing by the side, anxiously. Yang Ming's aunt was sitting on the sofa with a pale face. When she saw Yang Ming and them coming, she reluctantly gave them a smile. Then, it was replaced by sadness. "Sister-in-law, don't worry. Let's find a way together." Mother Yang quickly walked over and sat next to the aunt, comforting her. "Yang Li, tell me the situation." Yang Ming didn't want to see his aunt sad. Although his uncle and Yang Li weren't very good to him, this aunt had always been very concerned about him. When he was admitted to university, his aunt secretly gave him 1,000 yuan. So, without looking at other things, Yang Ming decided to help because of his aunt's face. Chapter 233. But he didn't expect Yang Li to roll her eyes at him. "Is it useful to tell you? You're just a child. Don't get involved." Yang Ming was a little annoyed. He pointed at Yang Li and said, "Yang Li, let me tell you, if it weren't for Ani's face, I really wouldn't bother with your family's matters." Yang Ming was no longer the same as before. Not only did he have special abilities, but he was also the only successor of the king of assassins. With his current strength, it wasn't difficult to help Yang Li. "Big Ming, how can you say that?" Yang Dahai glared at his son and quickly comforted Yang Li. "Don't be angry. Your brother is just worried." Yang Ming snorted. To be honest, he really wanted to leave on the spot. But for his father's face, he still held back his anger and sat aside. "Second uncle, what do you think I should do now?" After Yang Li scolded Yang Ming, she had no idea in her heart. Although Yang Dahai was older, he had never experienced this kind of thing in his life. He didn't have any idea for a while. Yang Ming, on the other hand, was quite calm. After all, he was a person who had walked out of the detention center. In addition, his social experience had skyrocketed recently, so he didn't seem to be anxious. Instead, he asked very calmly, "Other than telling you not to call the police, what other request did he make? For example, ransom or something like that?" You. Yang Li was obviously dissatisfied with Yang Ming's interruption, but when she heard Yang Ming's words were very reasonable, she couldn't throw a tantrum. So, she replied truthfully, "No, the person on the other side of the phone just told me to wait for his call." "That's right," Yang Ming said faintly. "Now we don't have to do anything. We just have to wait here." "Wait, do you want to kill my father?" Yang Li was immediately annoyed. Yang Ming glanced at his cousin with disdain. It was said that people with big breasts have no brains. His cousin's breasts were far worse than Sun Jie's. Sun Jie was 100 times smarter than her. It seemed that there was no scientific basis for the saying that women with big breasts have no brains. Yang Ming wanted to explain, but his aunt spoke first. "Lily, Big Ming is right. The only thing we can do now is to wait for them to call us. They haven't made any demands yet, so they won't hurt your father. We'll wait for them to call and tell us what they want, and then we'll decide based on the situation." The Annie had calmed down a little and was able to think normally. Yang Li listened to her mother's words and felt that it was right, but she didn't want to agree with Yang Ming's point of view. Wasn't that equivalent to admitting that she was wrong? Thus, he snorted coldly. "By the way, what's the phone number of the kidnappers?" Yang Ming asked. "It's a mess of numbers. It seems to be from a network software." Although Yang Li looked down on her cousin, judging from the current situation, her cousin was the one with the best ideas. Therefore, Yang Li didn't dare to be too difficult. After all, it was related to her father's safety. She couldn't be impulsive. "Internet phone call." Yang Ming sighed and said, "Then it's basically impossible to trace it." "Why? Can't you find the IP address of the machine that made the call for the network company?" Yang Li asked. Yang Ming was a little surprised. "It seems that my cousin knows quite a lot. However, college students nowadays more or less know some computer knowledge." However, Yang Ming was a computer science major. He was usually more interested in computers, so he knew more. So he explained, "Now, many internet phones can be applied for free trial, and they support the setting of a proxy server. If the kidnappers are masters in this field, through a proxy server or even a double proxy, it's impossible to verify." "Then what should we do now?" Yang Li was a little overwhelmed. "Wait." Yang Ming finished and closed his eyes. Relatively speaking, Yang Ming was just an outsider. If it was his own family matter, then he would definitely choose to contact Uncle Chan first and let him investigate this matter secretly. But now it was his cousin, Yang Li's family matter. The kidnappers had already stated that they were not allowed to call the police. If he made the decision to contact Uncle Chun, then to put it bluntly, if his uncle couldn't escape this time, Yang Li would definitely put all the blame on his head. So to be safe, Yang Ming decided to look at the kidnappers' request and then plan for the future. Sure enough, after half an hour, the ear-piercing phone rang again. "What should we do?" Yang Li looked at the caller ID on the phone in horror. "It's them. Put on speaker," Yang Ming instructed. "Then what should I say?" Yang Li reached out her trembling hand and wanted to press the speaker button, but she stopped. "Just say what you should say. If he has any request, he will naturally mention it." Yang Ming said in a hurry. "Hurry up, or else the kidnappers will be suspicious." Oh. Yang Li listened to Yang Ming's words and quickly pressed the speaker button. "Hello. You didn't call the police, right?" A male voice came from the phone. No. Yang Li replied. "How is my dad? What do you want to do?" "You can rest assured. As long as you cooperate, then your father will be very safe." The tone of the male voice didn't have any tone. It sounded like a voice changer. "How do you want me to cooperate?" Yang Li heard that her father was still safe, and she was slightly relieved. "Prepare 300,000 in cash and wait for my call. Tell me your phone number." The person on the phone still didn't have any emotional fluctuations. "What? 300,000? Yang Li was shocked. Although her family was very rich, it was still difficult to take out 300,000 at once. "Why? Do you think it's too much?" Then I'm sorry." The male with the croaky voice laughed. No. My phone number is 13xxxxx3333. Yang Li said. You are indeed the princess of a rich family. The number is quite good. I will call you in an hour. Now I will give you an hour to get the money." After the male voice finished, he hung up the phone. What should I do? After hanging up the phone, Yang Li looked at everyone blankly. What else can we do? Prepare the money. Yang Ming shook his head. Or call the police. You choose. But the family doesn't have so much money. Yang Li turned to look at her mother. Mom, how much can a family take out? The working capital is basically in the account book of your father's company. The family has a deposit book of 1 million, but it is in your father's name. We can't take it out. The aunt said very worriedly. Second uncle, your family. Yang Li suddenly turned to Yang Dahai and asked. But before she finished speaking, she was interrupted by Yang Ming. If his father lent her the money and his uncle was released, everything would be fine. However, if anything happened, would the money still be returned to his family? For Yang Li's character, Yang Ming had to consider carefully. Don't you have a good relationship with Sun Jie? Her family background should be very good. You can borrow some from her first. Yeah, how could I forget her? She must have a way. Yang Li's eyes lit up instantly. She quickly took out the phone and dialed Sun Jie. Hello, Sun Jie, I'm Yang Li. Something happened in my family. Someone kidnapped my father. And that's fine. I'll wait for you. After the phone call, Yang Li was obviously relieved. It could be seen that this Sun Jie must be a person with a way. In this case, Yang Ming didn't worry much. It was best if someone else intervened. He didn't have to look at his cousin's supercilious eyes. It was simply a waste of effort. 10 minutes later, he heard the doorbell. It seemed that the performance of Sun Jie's Audi R8 was good, and the speed was very fast. After Sun Jie entered the house, she saw that Yang Ming was also here. She was obviously a little surprised, but when she thought of the relationship between Yang Ming and Yang Li, she was relieved. However, Yang Ming was a bit embarrassed. After all, last time in the bathroom, he did that to her. Hello. For his own woman, Yang Ming certainly had to greet her. Sun Jie didn't speak, but she nodded to Yang Ming. That strange feeling made Yang Ming feel a little uncomfortable all of a sudden. Motherfucker, we are husband and wife for one night. Last time, you took the aphrodisiac. After you finished using me, you forgot about me? In the end, it was Yang Ming's macho idea. How could the relationship between the two people be considered ambiguous? How could I turn a blind eye to it? Thinking of this, Yang Ming deliberately sat next to Sun Jie, and his eyes swept across Sun Jie's collar. However, now that everyone was worried about Yang Ming's matter, no one noticed Yang Ming's little action. However, the person involved, Sun Jie, felt Yang Ming's strange gaze. She glared at Yang Ming and whispered, I said that the last incident was an accident. I hope you respect yourself. Chapter 234. Seeing Sun Jie's expression, Yang Ming was suddenly happy. It seemed that this woman didn't forget about him like how she looked on the surface. The more indifferent Sun Jie was to him, the more Yang Ming felt that he must have occupied a place in this woman's heart. Otherwise, why would she change her enthusiasm from the first time they met and deliberately ignore him? Acquaintances shouldn't have such an attitude, right? Yang Ming remembered that although Sun Jie wasn't very interested in several of her suitors, such as Gui Jianchao, she still had the proper etiquette. Thinking of this, Yang Ming smiled slightly and whispered, Who can guarantee that the accident won't happen again? I'm afraid there is no chance. Sun Jie had adjusted her emotions, and her face became the initial indifference. But at this moment, it was useless to change anything. Yang Ming had already seen the slightly angry and coquettish expression from before. Yang Ming said indifferently, If there is no chance, you can create it. Right, the film in your MP4 is good. When will you return it to me? Sun Jie wasn't afraid that the things inside would be seen by Yang Ming. It wasn't that she was reluctant to part with the MP4. It was just that Yang Ming's tone made her a little uncomfortable. For a long time, Sun Jie had been dealing with men from a very advantageous point of view. Those suitors were played in the palm of Sun Jie's hand. Even if there were some unconventional and maverick pursuers from time to time, they deliberately pretended to ignore Sun Jie or tit for tat to attract Sun Jie's attention. Unfortunately, Sun Jie simply ignored them directly. The person in front of her now was Yang Ming. Although Sun Jie tried hard to forget the incident, how could this kind of thing be forgotten just like that? Sun Jie's brain wasn't a computer's hard drive. It could be deleted just like that. In any case, it really happened. Sun Jie couldn't treat the only man who had that kind of relationship with her the same as other men. But with the current identity of Yang Ming, it was impossible for Sun Jie to have any further relationship with him. Sun Jie had been hurt once. She had transformed from a girl who was obsessed with love into a rational businesswoman, the heir of the Sun family. Now that she recalled how stupid and ridiculous she was at the beginning, she had almost turned against her family because of that self-righteous love that she thought would last until the end of time. The kind of old-fashioned plot that would only appear in TV series actually happened to Sun Jie. Sun Jie, who had just entered university, was just out of the prison of her family's supervision. Like many girls who just entered university, she was full of longing and hope for the love in university. Soon after, a man whom Sun Jie thought was her destined Prince Charming appeared. This man was Feng Chong. Feng Chong's appearance was not very outstanding, but in school his grades were outstanding. He also had excellent leadership skills. When he was just a freshman, he was elected as the vice president of the Department of Students with his own ability. Therefore, Feng Chong easily became the Prince Charming in the hearts of many girls. Sun Jie was also one of them. However, with Sun Jie's appearance, talents, and outstanding family background, she quickly stood out among many pursuers. Soon, she was paired with Feng Chong. Although Feng Chong wanted to further his relationship with Sun Jie, Sun Jie's family was very strict. She never crossed the line with Feng Chong. However, this matter was still known by Sun Jie's family. Sun Jie's father, Sun Hongjun, was very angry after hearing about it. He called Sun Jie back home and reprimanded her. He ordered her to break up with Feng Chong immediately. Sun Hongjun was also a well-known figure in Donghai City. Sun Jie was his only daughter, so he valued his daughter's marriage very much. He wanted to find a suitable husband for Sun Jie. At that time, Sun Jie might have been blinded by love. After a few words, she had a falling out with her family. She resolutely chose to run away from home and move to the school's dormitory. Perhaps it was also because of the pressure from her family. So Sun Jie made a very important decision. She decided to give her body to Feng Chong. On the one hand, it showed that she had no hesitation. On the other hand, it also created an impression in her family that what was done could not be undone. However, Sun Jie also thought that her move might completely fall out with her family. She might have to spend the rest of her life with Feng Chong. Therefore, Sun Jie decided to test Feng Chong before completely giving herself to him so that she could feel at ease. Although Feng Chong had previously vowed that he liked Sun Jie as a person, not her family background, Sun Jie still retained her wisdom. After all, now was the time to cut off all means of retreat. She had to be cautious. Therefore, Sun Jie asked Feng Chong out and told him if she agreed to get a room with him. Feng Chong was naturally very happy. He rushed to a luxury hotel with Sun Jie. In the room, Feng Chong was eager to take a shower, but Sun Jie stopped him and said that she had something to tell him. At that time, Feng Chong didn't care. He thought that Sun Jie would ask him if he could love her for a lifetime. However, he didn't expect that Sun Jie wasn't talking to him about this. Feng Chong, something happened in my family. Sun Jie hesitated and said. She didn't say that she had fallen out with her family. Something happened. What happened? You can rest assured that I will stand by your side. Feng Chong thought that Sun Jie was referring to the death of her grandparents, so he agreed. Sun Jie was still a little moved after listening, so she continued, My father's company went bankrupt. Now my family owes tens of millions of debts. What did you say? Your father's company went bankrupt? Feng Chong was stunned. They still owe tens of millions of debts? Are you kidding? No, Feng Chong. Sun Jie shook her head and said, I didn't lie to you. The creditors have come to the door. I really don't know what to do. I may be burdened by debt for the rest of my life. You didn't lie to me? Feng Chong's voice was a little flustered. After listening to Feng Chong's words and his tone, Sun Jie suddenly had a very bad feeling but she still shook her head. Damn! Feng Chong suddenly stood up from the bed and jumped out. He kept a distance of more than 3 meters from Sun Jie. Do you want to kill me? Do you want to drag me down after going to bed with me? Do you want me to pay off your debts for the rest of my life? There should be no need to pay off the debt. Sun Jie was a little scared and explained slightly. The bankruptcy of the limited company shouldn't be pursued by the family. Come on, Sun Jie. I think we should break up quickly. Feng Chong waved his hand impatiently. Feng Chong, what do you mean by this? Didn't you say it in the beginning? You don't like my family background. Sun Jie was a little surprised. Haha, that's just a saying. Who doesn't care about money? Feng Chong laughed and said, It is undeniable that Sun Jie, you are really the best among women. Your appearance and figure are the best among the women I have ever seen. Moreover, what interests me most is that you have a good family background. So I chose to be with you. Otherwise, why do you think I am with you? There are so many women chasing after me. What's the use of being beautiful? One has a good family background. A family background that can make me struggle less for 20 years after graduation. You? Sun Jie seemed like she didn't know Feng Chong. She looked at the familiar but strange man in front of her very angrily. Fortunately, you are a virgin and didn't let anything happen between you and me. Otherwise, if you rely on me in the future, it will be troublesome. Feng Chong said very proudly, Well, Sun Jie, with your appearance, you should find a rich young master to pay off your debts for you. Anyway, I didn't fuck you. He saw that you were a virgin, so maybe he will treat you well. Feng Chong. Sun Jie was so angry that she trembled. She never dreamed that Feng Chong was such a man. She really misjudged him before. Fortunately, the opposition from her family made her recognize Feng Chong's true colors. Okay, Sun Jie, don't pretend. I didn't do anything to you. Is it necessary? To tell you the truth, my family is poor. I just want to find a rich wife to have a successful career. Bye-bye. Feng Chong waved his hand to Sun Jie and quickly walked out the door of the room. As he walked, he muttered, Damn, I wasted 300 yuan on the room fee. Sun Jie almost fainted after hearing it. Are these still words spoken by a human? However, Sun Jie came from a big family. Her character wasn't strong. After crying in the hotel for a night, she decided to start a new life and no longer trust any man. She cried, not because of Feng Chong, but because she was too stupid. She actually believed Feng Chong's sweet words and believed such a heartless person. Chapter 235. Feng Chong regretted it as soon as he returned to school. He had been with Sun Jie for so long, but he hadn't even held her hand. This seemed to be a failure. Just now, he was in a hurry. He was shocked by Sun Jie's words. He was so scared that he ran away. Now that he thought about it, since Sun Jie's family had lost power, why should he be afraid of her? Under the original situation, if something happened between him and Sun Jie, with the power of the Sun family, they would definitely not let him go. Now that he was bankrupt, what was there to be afraid of? I really should have done it with Sun Jie first. Feng Chong patted his head with some regret. Wait a minute. When I saw Sun Jie today, she was still wearing branded clothes. The LV handbag in her hand seemed to be newly bought in the past 2 days. My family went bankrupt so quickly. It's unbelievable. Thinking of this, Feng Chong quickly called one of his high school classmates. This high school classmate was admitted to a university in Donghai City. He should know the situation in Donghai. So, Feng Chong called the classmate. Hello, old San. I'm Feng Chong. Oh, it turned out to be old San. Why are you looking for me? Said the person on the other end of the phone. Damn, I've said 100 times. Don't call me old San. Feng Chong said with dissatisfaction. Right? Is there a Sun's Consortium in Donghai City? Sun's Consortium? I don't know. Is it big? Old San asked, puzzled. Don't know, right? Feng Chong suddenly remembered that the Sun's Consortium was just a parent company. It didn't have any subsidiary business. It was only responsible for the vertical management of the subsidiaries, so it was normal that many people didn't know. So he quickly asked, Do you know about the World Department Store? I heard that it closed down. Closed down? Damn, Old San said with a smile. Who did you hear it from? How can a world department store go bankrupt when it's so big? It was broadcasted on TV 2 days ago. The World Department Store bought the bankrupt Yunkai commercial building next to it. The city leaders even went to cut the ribbon. Did you hear it? Feng Chang's head suddenly buzzed. He almost threw the phone in his hand. Feng Chang just said, "I got it." Then he hung up the phone. This made Old San somewhat inexplicable. He held the phone and said to himself, "This Old San, what is he doing? He called me so late at night to ask this? You're crazy." After calming down, Feng Chang also understood the crux of the matter. Perhaps this was Sun Jiaxian's test for him. Damn, why am I such an idiot? He couldn't even figure out such a simple thing. Feng Chang blamed himself for being too eager for quick success. Feng Chang, who figured out the key, immediately prepared to make amends. He quickly called Sun Jia, but Sun Jia had already turned off her phone. When he rushed to the hotel, the waiter told him that Sun Jia had already checked out and left. Feng Chang was so regretful that even his intestines were green with regret. But no matter how anxious he was, he had to wait until he saw Sun Jia. After returning home, Sun Jia's mind calmed down a lot. Recalling the experience with Feng Chang, Sun Jia suddenly felt that Feng Chang was a stranger. In fact, she didn't like him very much. Maybe it was because she went with the flow that made her notice Feng Chang. Now, Sun Jia found that she didn't have the slightest sense of loss. Instead, she was somewhat fortunate that she saw Feng Chang's ugly face as soon as possible. Afterward, no matter how Feng Chang explained, Sun Jia just sneered. Sun Jia looked at the clown in front of her and felt a sense of disgust for no reason. She even felt that all men were hypocritical animals. Of course, Sun Jia, who inherited part of the Sun family's business, didn't let Feng Chang have an easy time at all. After this guy graduated, he was squeezed out by major companies in Songjiang and Donghai. He had to go far away. Sun Jia, who had lost interest in men since then, met a woman who had a similar experience as herself by chance. The similar experience would always cause a special resonance, so the two naturally became intimate. Sun Jia didn't expect that she would actually have a relationship with a man who was younger than her. Sun Jia didn't have any special feelings for Yang Ming. At present, she just felt that Yang Ming was very special, at least better than other men. "Sun Jia, what are you thinking? What are you and Yang Ming whispering about?" Yang Ling naturally saw the little movements of Sun Jia and Yang Ming. Being asked by Yang Li, Mother Yang also paid attention to the relationship between Yang Ming and Sun Jia. So she asked curiously, "Big Ming, do you know each other?" "Yeah. Last time I came to my cousin's house to ask about the problems that college students should pay attention to. My cousin took me out to eat. At that time, I met Sister Sun Jia. My cousin even asked me to pretend to be Sister Sun Jia's boyfriend." When Yang Ming said this, not only was Sun Jia stunned, but Yang Li was also stunned. Yang Ming's parents and aunt were even more stunned. Yang Li didn't expect that Yang Ming could actually talk about this matter, and he even said it in such a dignified manner. Yang Li was so angry. Yang Ming's words obviously made the adults think that she was leading Yang Ming astray. Sun Jia's face was hot when she heard it. "I asked you to pretend, but you actually did it." However, Sun Jia's reaction ability was still relatively fast. She smiled and said, "Hee hee, it would be a waste not to use Yang Li's younger brother. Next time, we might have to trouble him. Uncle and Annie don't blame us, right?" "Oh, it's okay, it's okay." Mother Yang saw that Sun Jia was such a beautiful girl with status. Naturally, she didn't mind Yang Ming to make a cameo appearance. "How can it be that simple? I have wasted a lot of energy," Yang Ming said faintly. Sun Jia suddenly blushed after hearing it. She glared at Yang Ming with some anger. However, Yang Li didn't understand it. She just said impatiently, "Will you be tired to death after walking a few steps?" Yang Ming smiled and didn't say anything. He glanced at Sun Jia and found that she was also staring at him. Sometimes, the tacit understanding between two people was a very subtle feeling. "Right, Sun Jia, can you lend me 300,000 yuan?" Yang Li suddenly remembered that there was still business. She couldn't help but look gloomy. "Yang Li, now it's not as simple as preparing 300,000 yuan. Of course, it's not a problem for me to lend you the money, but the problem is, after you give the money, can Uncle Yang come back safely? Sun Jie asked very calmly. To be honest, Yang Li was most worried about this, but what could she do? The kidnappers didn't allow you to call the police, right? Sun Jie glanced at Yang Li and asked, Yeah, what should I do, Sister Sun Jie? Yang Li asked with a crying voice. Yang Ming shook his head. Sun Jie and Yang Li were both rich girls. The gap was so big. Sun Jie's wisdom in the face of danger was the opposite of Yang Li's panic. Sun Jie's words were always on point, but Yang Li just blindly asked for other people's opinions. She had no idea at all. In this case, since the kidnappers didn't allow us to call the police, then we can use our own people. Sun Jie hesitated and said, Yang Li, I will try my best to help you, but if it doesn't work, you can't blame me. Okay, Sister Sun Jie, I will listen to you. Yang Li nodded. Yang Ming was so angry. If you listen to Sun Jie so much, why did you ask me to come? But this was also good. Yang Ming was happy to have some free time. Sun Jie took out the phone and dialed a number. Then she said to the other side, Uncle Zhao, this is Sun Jie. Help me prepare 300,000 yuan in cash, and then find a few people with good skills to wait for my orders. Hanging up the phone, Yang Li had some doubts. Why don't you let those people come to my house directly? At this time, it is better to be hidden. Since the kidnappers didn't let you call the police, it is likely that they will send people to monitor your house. If they know that you have called for help, I am afraid it will be bad for things. Sun Jie analyzed. After Yang Ming listened, he couldn't help but look at Sun Jie with appreciation. It seems that she is more considerate than me. However, since he was inspired by Sun Jie, Yang Ming immediately used his special ability and began to scan some corners near the villa with X-ray vision. Sure enough, behind a garbage transfer station in the northwest corner, there was a suspicious man holding a telescope and wearing a cap. Yang Ming carefully checked his surroundings again and confirmed that there was only one person monitoring him. Then, he was slightly relieved. From the looks of it, the kidnappers weren't very powerful. The reason for this inference was that this guy was wearing earplugs on his head. At first, Yang Ming thought that it was an intercom device for them to communicate with each other. However, when Yang Ming glanced at the end of the earphone cable, he couldn't help but be happy. It was actually an MP3, and the screen of the MP3 showed that it was playing an old song by Teresa Tung. Obviously, the person in charge of monitoring was too amateur. In this case, he still dared to listen to the song? Wasn't he afraid of being killed? Yang Ming believed that even if he called the police, he wouldn't find anything, because before he found the police, he would have been controlled. Chapter 236. Yang Ming hesitated and decided to tell Sun Jie about this matter. If it was handled properly, it was likely to become a breakthrough in the kidnapping. They could follow the clues to find the other kidnappers. Sun Jie, you come with me. Yang Ming stood up and said to Sun Jie. The reason why he said it alone was that he was afraid that Yang Li wouldn't be able to remain calm after learning about it. When the kidnappers called, she would reveal a flaw. Sun Jie was stunned. She didn't understand the meaning of Yang Ming. Thinking of the relationship between the two, Sun Jie unconsciously remembered the incident that day. Her good impression of Yang Ming was shattered in an instant. She felt that Yang Ming had a poor sense of the overall situation. What's the situation now? Why do you always think about personal relationships? However, thinking that Yang Ming could say that he pretended to be her boyfriend in front of everyone, Sun Jie was afraid that if she didn't go with him, he would say something in public. So, she frowned and stood up with Yang Ming reluctantly. Sun Jie didn't know where Yang Ming was going, so she had to follow behind Yang Ming. But Sun Jie saw that Yang Ming reached out and pushed open the door of the bathroom. Sun Jie's heart suddenly trembled. What is this guy going to do? Is he going to do it with me again? What are you looking at? Come in quickly. As he said this, he reached out and pulled Sun Jie's hand in the bathroom. Sun Jie was shocked. She didn't expect Yang Ming to dare to make a move on her. She couldn't help but say with some disgust, "What time is it now? You still have the mind to think about these things?" Yang Ming was also stunned. He looked at Sun Jie inexplicably and said, "What did you say?" "What did I say? Didn't you want to do it with me?" Sun Jie's face was red as she frowned. "I'm going to faint." Yang Ming broke into a sweat. He suddenly remembered the flirtatious scene in the bathroom last time. It seemed that Sun Jie had completely misunderstood. So he said with a smile, "What kind of unhealthy things are you thinking about writing? I asked you to come in because I have important things to tell you." Ah, Sun Jie was stunned, and then her expression quickly returned to calmness. She asked, "What is it? You don't have to come to the bathroom, right? You are so smart. You can't think of it, right?" Yang Ming deliberately asked. Sun Jie glanced at Yang Ming. Then she looked at the layout of the bathroom and said, "You mean someone is monitoring the movement in the villa?" "There is no. 2. "How do you know?" asked Sun Jie. "Behind the garbage transfer station in the northwest corner, there is a man wearing a cap. He is the accomplice of the kidnappers. I have already observed. He is the only ambush nearby," Yang Ming said faintly. "How do you know so much?" Sun Jie looked at Yang Ming with some suspicion. "You want to say that I am not an accomplice of the kidnapper, right?" Yang Ming naturally heard the implication in Sun Jie's words and said with a smile, "I didn't say that. You said it yourself." Sun Jie looked directly at Yang Ming. "If you say so, then so be it. I am very sad. People say that a night together as husband and wife means 100 days together. And I think you don't even have the basic trust." Yang Ming shook his head and pretended to be sad. "It's not that I don't believe you, but things are too strange." "How did you find out?" Although Sun Jie said it very casually, her body was secretly alert. Yang Ming was also considered to be a veteran. How could he not see Sun Jie's little move? He smiled slightly and said, "Why? Do you still want to hit me?" "Yeah, I have learned the grappling technique. You may not be my opponent." Sun Jie didn't expect Yang Ming to actually discover her intentions, but her reaction was fast. She deliberately said it in a joking tone. "You can try." Yang Ming wasn't looking down on her, but now, there weren't many people in the world who could be faster than Yang Ming. "I don't have time to chat with you. Let's talk business." Sun Jie rolled her eyes at Yang Ming and let down her guard. She knew that since Yang Ming saw her intentions, it was either that he was fearless or that he really had nothing to do with this matter. "Well, I just came. When I took a taxi near the villa, I deliberately observed the nearby area. The only place that could hide people was there. So, I paid attention and found a man with a cap and binoculars. He was secretly looking at the direction of the villa." "Are you sure it's just him?" Sun Jie looked at Yang Ming with some surprise. The calmness and wisdom that Yang Ming showed were rare for a college student. Sun Jie couldn't help but be a little curious about Yang Ming. "I am sure." Yang Ming nodded. "Then, what do you mean?" Sun Jie seemed to have guessed Yang Ming's intentions. "That's right. Look for your people to control him, and then follow the vine to find the melon," Yang Ming said. "Are you sure?" Sun Jie glanced at Yang Ming. "If your people aren't idiots," Yang Ming replied in a bad mood. "If one person couldn't be caught, then it was better to commit suicide." Sun Jie nodded and began to make calls to arrange everything. After she finished, Yang Ming said, "Don't tell Yang Li about this first. She is too emotional. I'm afraid that she will reveal a flaw when the kidnapper calls." Sun Jie nodded and sighed. "I didn't expect you to consider it more thoroughly than me." "What do you mean?" "As your man, of course, I have to consider some things that you didn't expect," Yang Ming said shamelessly. "You could go to hell." Sun Jie ignored Yang Ming. She pushed open the door of the bathroom and walked out. Yang Ming didn't want to do anything with Sun Jie in this bathroom. He just wanted to take advantage of her verbally. The kidnapper probably didn't expect Yang Li to borrow such a large sum of money immediately. He didn't call for a long time. Yang Li didn't know why Yang Ming and Sun Jie were sneaking into the bathroom. When she saw them come out, she first glanced at Yang Ming and then asked Sun Jie with some doubts. You guys? Isn't it because of your last decision that brought some trouble to Yang Ming?" Gui Jianchao looked for him after that. Sun Jie's reaction was quite fast. She casually found a reason. "Ah, so it's like this." Yang Li immediately lost interest after hearing it. After all, at this time, there was nothing more important than kidnapping. Yang Ming found it funny in his heart. This Gua Jianshao did look for him, but he asked if Bao Sanli had the intention to deal with him. He probably went back and found out who Bao Sanli was, so he was afraid. However, Yang Li didn't care about Yang Ming's parents. She was very concerned and asked, Yang Ming, who is Gua Jianshao? What happened? Nothing. He is just a pursuer of Sun Jie. Yang Ming said lightly. Then, he didn't embarrass you, right? Mother Yang was a little worried. No, Mom. Don't think about it so complicated. I just advised him to give up his pursuit of Sun Jie, and he agreed. Yang Ming smiled. Oh, that's good. Just don't have any conflicts with others. Mother Yang said. However, Yang Ming's words surprised Sun Jie. Could it be that he had hit the nail on the head by a fluke? Gua Jianshao really looked for Yang Ming? Recalling that recently, Gua Jianshao seemed to have given up his pursuit of her. Could it be that he listened to Yang Ming's advice? It was just that Sun Jie was a bit puzzled. Gua Jianshao was so indomitable. She had rejected him n times, but there was still no effect. How could he listen to Yang Ming's words? Could it be that this guy? Sun Jie suddenly remembered a stack of photos and CDs about Yang Ming that she had seen before. Could it be that he used violence to coerce Gua Jianshao? Thinking of this, Sun Jie couldn't help but laugh. This Yang Ming is really out of my expectations. In fact, Sun Jie really guessed it. Yang Ming did exert violence on Gua Jianshao, and this violence wasn't an ordinary evil. Seeing Sun Jie looking at him in confusion, Yang Ming winked at her, which meant that he had solved a big problem for her. Sun Jie pretended that she didn't understand. She blinked her eyes in confusion, which made Yang Ming very depressed. Just as he was about to do something, he looked up and saw 3 men in black slowly approaching the kidnapper, who was monitoring the villa. These 3 people were obviously trained formally. Although their skills weren't as neat as Yang Ming's, it was still considered to be one move to defeat the enemy. There was no doubt that the peaked cap guy was controlled. After being controlled, one of the men in black searched him and took out a cowhide rope to tie the peaked cap guy's hands and feet. Then, they quickly carried him into a blue Buick commercial car. At this time, Sun Jie's phone vibrated and received a text message. Chapter 237. Yang Ming naturally knew the content of Sun Jie's text message. Even if he didn't use his telescopic vision, he could still see it clearly. It was because he saw that Sun Jie's people had succeeded. Sun Jie raised her head and looked at Yang Ming. She found that he was also looking at her, so she nodded slightly to him and tilted her mouth toward the door. Yang Ming nodded knowingly. Yang Li, the person who sent me the money is here. I will go out. Sun Jie said as she stood up. I will go out and take a look. It should be a big bag with so much money. Yang Ming pretended to help and stood up. I will help you to take a look. Yang Dehai saw Yang Ming stand up and wanted to help. Yang Ming couldn't let him go, so he quickly said, Dad, you sit here. If the kidnapper calls again, you can take care of him. That's right. Then you should be careful. Yang Dehai nodded. Right, what should I say when the kidnapper calls? Yang Li didn't suspect anything else. She was just worried about the kidnapper. Just say that the money is ready. Ask him where to meet. Sun Jie instructed. Oh, okay. Yang Li nodded. Yang Ming followed Sun Jie and walked quickly to the door. As they walked, Sun Jie whispered, It's done. I know. Yang Ming nodded. You know? Sun Jie asked. I saw you smile when you received the text message. Yang Ming naturally couldn't say that he saw it himself. Outside the door, Sun Jie looked around. Finally, her eyes locked on a blue Buick business car with a Donghai license plate. That's my people's car. Yang Ming already knew this, but he couldn't reveal it. He came to the business car with Sun Jie. To be on the safe side, Yang Ming looked around again and deliberately expanded the scope of his vision. It seemed that this group of kidnappers was not the professional kind. Only the one who was caught was in charge of surveillance. After getting on the MPV, Yang Ming saw that the back seat of the car had been completely dismantled. Because of the bright reflective film on the outside, it was impossible to see the situation inside. The peak cap was now tied up and thrown there. A bearded man in black sitting by the door nodded to Sun Jie. Mississippi, did you ask him anything? Asked Sun Jie. Eldest Miss didn't give any orders, so I haven't asked yet. The bearded man shook his head. Who asked you to come? Yang Ming got on the car and sat in the back seat. He looked at the peaked cap man and asked, Humph. The peaked cap man snorted and said, Let me go quickly. If Brother Bear can't contact me later, he will kill the hostage. Who is Brother Xiong? Yang Ming secretly cursed in his heart. This person was simply confessing without being pressed. There was something wrong with his IQ. How do you know Brother Bear? The peaked cap man was shocked and opened his mouth in surprise. Yang Ming was dumbfounded after hearing it. He was completely defeated by this guy. He really didn't know what the leader of the kidnappers, Brother Bear, was thinking. He sent such an idiot to be an investigator. Even Sun Jie and the bearded man couldn't help but laugh out loud. You told me yourself. Yang Ming shook his head and said, Myself? When? The peaked cap man apparently didn't realize that he had just spilled the beans. Why did you kidnap Yang Dashin? Yang Ming didn't continue to entangle with him on this issue. Do you think I will tell you? Asked the peaked cap man. Yang Ming was happy in his heart. Listening to this guy's words, it was obvious that he said, Do you think I will tell you? Instead of I don't know. The difference was huge. The first was that I knew, but I didn't say. The second was that I might know, but I might not know. Now that I know he knows, then it's easy to handle. Yang Ming turned to Sun Jie and said, Let him talk. I think your people should have a way, right? Sun Jie nodded. Her people were retired special forces or mercenaries. They were very good at interrogating confessions. So, she ordered let him talk. No problem. The bearded man nodded. Yang Ming didn't want Sun Jie to see a bloody scene. So he said, Let's go down and wait for a while. Why? Are you afraid to see a bloody scene? After getting out of the car, Sun Jie teased Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't speak, but he took out a cigarette from his pocket. He reached out to open the front door of the car, took out the cigarette lighter, and lit the cigarette. He turned a deaf ear to the howling in the car. After taking a deep breath, Yang Ming exhaled a mouthful of smoke and then smiled at Sun Jie. Do you think I will be afraid? Sun Jie had seen the video of Yang Ming beating up President Yun's driver, Liu Shaosheng. She knew that Yang Ming was a serious violent person. He was definitely not afraid of blood. The reason why she said that was completely a joke. Yang Ming leaned on the car like a ruffian. Anyway, this was a dead end. He was not afraid that his parents would see. As for Sun Jie, he didn't have to deliberately show anything in front of her. 10 minutes later, the bearded man opened the door. How is it? Sun Jie asked quickly. This kid is very tough. He won't say anything even if I beat him. The bearded man sighed and shook his head. Yang Ming had long expected this result. Although this peaked cap guy was very stupid, he was very unreasonable. He was a straightforward person. It wasn't so easy to make him yield. Moreover, it was estimated that the boss named Brother Bear was also a ruthless character. If this peaked cap guy spilled anything, there wouldn't be a good outcome when they went back. I will go and see. Yang Ming shook his head and got into the car. However, the bearded man obviously showed a hint of disdain. He was a retired Vietnamese mercenary, and there was no way to make this guy talk. He didn't believe that Yang Ming had any other way. The bearded man had almost used the interrogation method on the battlefield, such as Chong, flying to the moon, helicopters, and so on. He even used his own unique skill, trip to the moon with a whistle. This guy was stubbornly saying that he didn't want to say anything. If you have the guts, you can kill me. However, he also knew that now he was working for the Sun family, and Yang Ming was a friend of the Mississippi. Some things could only be thought about and not said. Yang Ming couldn't see the suspicious look on his face, but he didn't care. He got into the car and saw the peaked cap guy lying on the ground with blood on his face. I won't say anything. When the peaked cap guy saw that another person came over, he immediately glared at Yang Ming. Oh, is this still up to you? Yang Ming glanced at the peaked cap man with a gloomy look. As an assassin, it was necessary to learn some special methods of interrogation. In many cases, before killing a person, it was necessary to ask some things from his mouth. Therefore, Fang Tian also taught Yang Ming a lot of interrogation methods. These methods were different from the public methods of the special forces. The methods of the bearded man were purely through some violent means to destroy the body of others. Yang Ming learned a lot of stimulation of some acupuncture points to reach the point of making people wish they were dead. Yang Ming walked over and pressed on one of the acupuncture points on the peaked cap guy's body. Suddenly, an indescribable feeling of numbness spread throughout the peaked cap guy's body. It was as if tens of thousands of ants were crawling on his body. It made the peaked cap guy have a feeling of rolling back and forth. It was just that his hands and feet were tied behind him and fixed to the back door of the car, making him unable to move. However, that mournful cry made Yang Ming feel a chill. This was the first time that he used the methods learned from Fong Tian on a real person, but Yang Ming didn't doubt the credibility of these methods. These were Fong Tian's unique skills. Although there weren't many people who knew it, it had been tested by the king of assassins for generations. You kill me, right? I won't say. The peaked cap guy was so uncomfortable that he couldn't even speak clearly, but his backbone was still very strong. Even the bearded man who was watching at the side couldn't help but be stunned. Yang Ming didn't do anything. This peaked cap guy actually screamed more miserably than when he was played with the whistling trip to the moon. Looking at the situation, Yang Ming's methods were much more powerful than his own. It was also at this time that the bearded man really admired Yang Ming. This is an expert. With just a few gentle moves, this person already couldn't stand it. However, Sun Jie was very surprised. She couldn't understand how Yang Ming actually had such a move. However, in the current situation, it wasn't suitable to ask. The peaked cap guy's face became more and more ugly. Yang Ming also knew that pressing his acupuncture points wasn't fatal, but if it was too long, it would be life-threatening. Isn't this guy's mouth a bit too tight? Why isn't he saying anything? Suddenly, Yang Ming heard the voice of the peaked cap guy, but the peaked cap guy didn't speak. Chapter 238. No, it's too uncomfortable. I can't stand it. Why don't I tell him the truth? No, I can't say it. If I say it, not only Brother Xiong won't let me go, but Brother Do will also kill me. Yang Ming was a bit puzzled. Why is my ability to see through other people's thoughts only useful in some critical moments? Yang Ming was very sure that he didn't do anything other than pressing the peaked cap man's acupuncture point. Could this be the legendary outburst of luck? God is helping me at a critical moment? However, Yang Ming was just thinking about it. This guess wasn't very realistic. I can see other people's thoughts at a critical moment, which means that I have this ability. Yang Ming didn't think that this ability was defective. He felt that he didn't understand how to use it. If he mastered the essentials, he could use it skillfully. Since he already knew who sent the peaked cap man, Yang Ming wasn't going to continue to entangle with him on this issue. Yang Ming was ready to ask the next question directly. If my ability is useful, even if he doesn't say it, Yang Ming will get everything he wants. Yes, when a person answers other people's questions, even if he deliberately wants to answer wrong or doesn't want to answer, the correct answer to this question will inevitably flash in his mind. This is a human instinct. Almost no one can escape this subconscious instinct. Where did you hide Yang Dashin? Yang Ming continued to ask. Why do you want to kidnap him? When Yang Ming heard him say, Brother Da, his heart was moved. Songjiang is such a big place. How many Brother Da can there be? It is very likely to be that guy, Yu Xiangda. However, Yu Xiangda is now in a fierce battle with Bao Songli. How can he have the leisure to come out and play a kidnapping? Could it be that the casualties are too high and he is short of money? And this is possible. The fight between the underworld also needs money. Without money, who will fight for you? Besides, doesn't the wounded need money for medical treatment? Doesn't the death pension need money? Even if these can be delayed, you can't not have weapons for fighting, right? Which one doesn't need money to buy swords, spears, and sticks? Is it blown down by the wind? When it comes to Brother Da, Yang Ming suddenly had a feeling that this matter wasn't as simple as kidnapping. Could it be that this snobbish uncle of his had connections with the people of the underworld? Of course, I can't tell you where he is hidden, but now my body is really uncomfortable. Why don't I just tell him a place first? Anyway, It will take time for him to confirm it. He is hidden in a cave in West Star Mountain, said the peaked cap man's name. In fact, he is in a straw shed near his battlefield. And Yang Ming smiled slightly and did not refute. He continued to ask, why do you want to catch him? Get some money to spend. That was the real purpose, but the peaked cap man didn't tell the whole story. Fuck, this kid is not eye-catching. He actually went to support Bao Songli. Brotherton naturally has to warn him and get some money to spend. However, Yang Ming already knew the outline of the matter. I don't know why my uncle actually has a relationship with Bao Songli. Yu Xiongda was dissatisfied with his uncle's approach, so he did these things. It seems that I didn't guess wrong. It really has something to do with Yu Xiongda. In this case, Yang Ming wasn't in a hurry. It seems that Yu Xiongda is doing this for nothing more than money. Another reason is to warn my uncle not to support Bao Songli. It seems that my uncle won't be in any danger. As long as the ransom is paid on time, he will be safe. Instead, Sun Jie and I are doing something unnecessary. But since it has been done, I can only do it to the end. Otherwise, if I put this peaked cap man back, he will definitely say what happened today. In this way, it will inevitably involve Sun Jie and me. I'm not afraid. If Yu Xiongda pisses me off, I can just kill him directly. Yang Ming believed that with what I have learned now, I can do things flawlessly. I'm also the disciple of the king of assassins. Fang Tian was the world's #1 ruthless person. But what about Sun Jie? Although Yang Ming knew that Sun Jie's family background was definitely not simple, it could be seen that the power of Sun Jie's family must be focused on the provincial capital, Donghai City. This could be seen from the license plates of these two Buick minivans. In Songjiang City, Sun Jie was a girl. If she was involved in the grievances between the two gangs, it wasn't a good thing. Thinking of this, Yang Ming decided to give Bao Songli a big gift. It would also make the war between him and Yu Xiongda more vigorous. What do you want to say to me? Yang Ming deliberately lowered his head and got close to the mouth of the peaked cap man. The peaked cap man was somewhat inexplicable. I didn't say anything, right? But this was just a momentary thought. The next moment, he was knocked unconscious by Yang Ming's hand knife. Yang Ming had to do this. Otherwise, he really couldn't explain to Sun Jie how he knew some things. The sandstone excavation site in the south of the city. The person is in a straw shed there. Yang Ming said, "What do we do now?" Looking at Yang Ming's expression of having everything under control, Sun Jie naturally asked for his opinion. Yes, the shock that Yang Ming brought to her at the moment was too big. Is this the little ruffian college student who had a meal with me last time? Looking at his calmness and way of doing things at the moment, he is even more capable than my father. Sun Jie looked at Yang Ming very complicatedly. It seems that I have never understood him. You go back with the money, brush off the kidnappers, and try to delay the time. Yang Ming said, I will go with your men to save them. I will go with you. Sun Jie didn't know why, but she especially wanted to see Yang Ming solve this matter with her own eyes. No, you have to stay with Yang Li. On the one hand, you have to appease her emotions. On the other hand, which is the most important thing, she can't cope with the kidnappers' questioning. I am afraid that she will reveal flaws. Yang Ming shook his head and said, Right, let's do this. You first take 200,000 yuan and say that you don't have enough money for the time being. Then you tell my parents that your men and I will go to another bank to get the money. Sun Jie also knew that Yang Ming was telling the truth. Yang Li must be taken care of by someone, and the other side could only be handed over to Yang Ming. Just as Sun Jie was about to get out of the car, the mobile phone found from the peaked cap man suddenly rang. The caller ID above wrote the two words Brother Xiong. Did you let them do what I just told you? Yang Ming asked calmly. Without waiting for Sun Jie to speak, the bearded man had taken a laptop from another black shirt man. Then, he pressed the answer button on the phone and turned on the speakerphone. Hey, Jiazi, how is the situation on your side? There was a rough voice on the phone. Just now, a van came to the door of the villa. A woman took a leather case from the car. I vaguely heard them say that there were 200,000 yuan in the leather case, and there was still 100,000 yuan left. Then, the woman asked the people in the car to go out and get more. The voice of the bearded man had become the voice of the peaked cap man through the computer. This was also what Yang Ming had instructed before. Yang Ming was afraid that the kidnappers would call and contact the peaked cap man who was responsible for surveillance. So he asked Sun Jie's men to bring a laptop and a computer master to simulate the waveform of the peaked cap man's voice. Although it wasn't particularly the same, after the retransmission of the phone, there shouldn't be any doubts on the other side. Sure enough, Brother Xiong didn't have any doubts. Okay, I got it. Jiazi, you continue to monitor. This time, you will be credited. Thank you, Brother Xiong, said the bearded man. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming and Sun Jie looked at each other and smiled. After Sun Jie entered the house, she told everyone that there wasn't enough money and that Yang Ming accompanied them to get the money. Yang Dehai said with some concern, "This child, why did he follow them blindly?" But the person had already left. He had no other way. Yang didn't care about Yang Ming's safety at all. She just kept asking Sun Jie if the money could be collected. Sun Jie didn't care about men because she thought that men were hypocritical. Now, the appearance of Yang Ming made her change her view. As for Yang Li, she was selfish from the bottom of her heart and looked down on others. So at this time, Sun Jie couldn't help but look down on Yang Li. This person was too self-centered. If it weren't for a lot of interesting topics to talk about, Sun Jie wouldn't have become friends with her. The phone on the table rang again. It was a call from the kidnappers. Sun Jie glanced at Yang Li and signaled her to answer the phone. If anything, Sun Jie had already told Yang Li before. She believed that she could handle it. Yang Li hesitated and picked up the phone on the table. Hello. Chapter 239. I see. Lu Yang pretended to be very happy. He took the money and put it in his hand. He lowered his head and looked hesitant. It was a small straw shed near the third sand and gravel field in front. If one didn't look carefully, no one would notice such a place. It seemed that this Brother Xiong wasn't a fool. Next to them was a laptop and an internet phone. Obviously, they were contacting Yang Li through this. It seemed that these people weren't completely idiots. In this way, it was even more impossible to trace anything. Yes, you wait. I will call again to ask. Sun Jie nodded and said. Yang Ming's searching speed was very fast because he could see infinitely. Soon, Yang Ming found the location where his uncle was kidnapped. If it attracted the attention of Bao Sanli's underlings, the kidnapping would fail. Lu Yang walked out of the straw shed and grinned outside. Yang Ming actually saw him kill the people inside, but he still smiled and got out of the car like the people in the car. Complete victory. Yang Ming sat in the car and took out his mobile phone. He edited a short message with a smiley face and sent it to Sun Jie. He believed that with Sun Jie's intelligence, she would naturally guess the meaning of this. Although they only saw one side of Yang Ming, these people usually admired people with abilities because no one was omnipotent. It was already very good for a person to be able to do well in one aspect. Brother Xiong and the other underling who didn't fall were shocked. What the hell is going on? Before they could react, a ferocious man with a big beard stood in front of them. What kind of trick is this? He had never seen or heard of such a thing before. These three people were originally the best in their respective industries. Now they were recruited by Sun Hongjun to serve the Sun family. They were actually doing a duty and obligation to the Sun family, but they admired Yang Ming from the bottom of their hearts. Who are you? Brother Xiong was in the underworld, so he calmed down quickly. In a straw hut, there were only 3 people in charge of guarding the uncle. One of them was a big man with a round waist who sat casually. This man was probably Brother Bear. He also looked like a bear. The car stopped on the side of the road. Yang Ming pretended to look for the direction of the battlefield and secretly used his special ability. He was observing whether there were any straw sheds nearby and whether there were people in the straw sheds. You? Brother Xiong's underling saw that something was wrong. He just shouted a word and was knocked out by Lu Yang. Lu Yang didn't need to look at Brother Xiong because he was very confident in his hand. Is the money ready? The voice came from the voice changer. What? Yang Li was shocked. Sister Sun Jie. Come, bring him to the car. Yang Ming said. For example, This bearded man was a famous fighting master in a mercenary group in Vietnam. He was jokingly called Hu Man by his companions because he was too fierce. His real name was Lu Liang. Coincidentally, the door panel and door pin of the straw shed were directly shaken off and directly hit the head of one of Brother Xiong's underlings. The guy was knocked out on the spot. The three underlings of the Sun family in the car were all people with unique skills. They were not easily convinced. When Yang Ming got in the car, they only regarded Yang Ming as a friend of the Mississippi. They didn't feel that Yang Ming was special. But as Yang Ming showed his superb interrogation skills, the three of them were convinced by Yang Ming. The computer was called Galong. He was a computer hacker in a mercenary group in the United States. Although the driver, Mao Kai, wasn't a mercenary, he was a racer in an underground car market in the United States. He once maintained the first place in 64 consecutive races. But because he committed a crime, he had to run back to China and work under the Sun family. "Who are you? What are you doing in my straw shed?" Lu Liang asked. Of course, he couldn't directly say his purpose. He wanted to confuse right and wrong so that Brother Xiong would think that he didn't come for Yang Dashin. Yang Ming didn't say it clearly. He just said a rough number. He was afraid that Brother Xiong would ask him how he got the information, so he just vaguely said it. "The person has been rescued and is on the way back. Right, don't tell my parents and Yang Li that I did it. Just say that your underlings found it." Yang Ming instructed. Brother Xiong didn't have any doubts about Yang Li's words because he had already learned from the people monitoring them. They were indeed short of 100,000 yuan. Yang Dashin might have been fed something like sleeping pills. He was sleeping at the moment. Yang Ming wasn't in a hurry to wake him up. Instead, he carried him to the car. Brother Xiong and the two underlings were tied up and thrown to the back of the car with the peaked cap man. Sun Jie smiled and comforted. "You can rest assured. There will be no problem. We are still short of a part. We are thinking of a way," Yang Li said truthfully according to Sun Jie's instructions. Sun Jie dialed Yang Ming's number. She stood up and deliberately moved to the window. She was afraid that Yang Li would hear the content of the phone call. "Hello, this is Sun Jie." Sun Jie didn't say Yang Ming's name. She was also afraid that Yang Li would hear it. "Okay, you quickly make the call," Yang Li said in a hurry. Sure enough, Brother Xiong was stunned. Did I take up someone else's space? Originally, Brother Xiong wanted to beat this guy up, but now he was in the wrong. The person in front of him seemed to be quite fierce. There was no need to complicate things. So he smiled and said, "Buddy, we brothers are doing things here. Can you make it easy?" "Easy? But my family has to put the goods in the straw shed," Lu Liang said with some difficulty. Yang Ming thought that he was lucky. What should I do if it hit Uncle's head? Fortunately, Uncle was farther away and was in the innermost part. Brother Xiong grinned. Obviously, he had a plan to do this kind of thing. Just make it easy." Brother Xiong reached out and took out a stack of banknotes from his pocket. He counted out 5 banknotes and handed them to Lu Liang. "We will leave tomorrow." So after Sun Jie left, the three of them naturally regarded Yang Ming as the boss and listened to his orders. However, to guard a hostage, it was indeed a bit too little to use so few people. Yang Ming thought about it slightly and figured out the border crossing in the middle. The south of the city was Bao Sanli's territory. Yushan and his people couldn't come over with great fanfare. The car began to slow down near the sand field. It was all sand and stone excavation sites. In Yang Ming's memory, his uncle's site was in the front, but he hadn't been here for so many years. He didn't know if he had moved or expanded. Brother Xiong didn't regard him as an enemy at this time, so his spirit was very relaxed. But he didn't expect Lu Liang to suddenly circle behind him and give him a karate chop on the back of his neck. "How much difference?" asked the other side. "Stop the car," Yang Ming said to Mao Kai, who was driving. The bearded man didn't ask in detail. He just nodded and said, "I alone am enough." Sure enough, Sun Jie took out the mobile phone and glanced at it. Then her mouth showed a smile of rebuke. This Yang Ming is still playing this kind of game at this time. However, these couldn't be said to Yang Li. Sun Jie had to pretend to be happy and said, "Yang Li, I have good news for you. One of my men found your father. Well, I will give you another hour. Before dark, If you don't get enough, you can wait to collect the corpse. She hung up the phone as she spoke. Although the other two people were also sitting on the ground, they were obviously more restrained. Their faces showed a flattering smile. At first glance, they were the two men. The three people were playing Fight the Landlord with great enthusiasm. They didn't look at Yang Dashin at all. Uncle's hands and feet were tied, and his mouth was stuffed with a piece of white cloth. But looking at the rise and fall of his chest, it was obvious that there was no big problem. The bearded man came directly to the front of the straw shed. He didn't even knock on the door. He directly kicked the straw door. Although Brother Xiong had already blocked it, how could it withstand the kick of the bearded man? There is still 100,000 left. Yang Li replied. Sun Jie didn't expect things to go so smoothly. It didn't take much persuasion to make the other party believe her words. However, Yang Li was very worried. Sister Sun Jie, why are there still 100,000 left? Can you get enough? You must get enough. Yang Ming sat in the front passenger seat and directed the driver to go to the sandstone field of his uncle in the south of the city. Yang Ming hadn't been here for a long time. The last time he was here was when he was in elementary school. After his uncle had money, he didn't like these poor relatives anymore. Yang Ming was too lazy to annoy them in front of him. He didn't expect that when he came here again, it was to rescue his uncle. Chapter 240. Is the money ready? The voice came from the voice changer. There is still a part left. We are thinking of a way. Yang Li said, truthfully according to Sun Jie's instructions. How much? The other side asked. There is still 100,000. Yang Li replied. Well, I will give you another hour. If it is not enough before dark, you can wait to collect the corpse. She hung up the phone. Brother Xiong didn't have any doubts about Yang Li's words because he had already learned from the people monitoring them. They were indeed short of 100,000 yuan. Sun Jie didn't expect things to go so smoothly. It didn't take much to make the other party believe her words. However, Yang Li was very worried. Sister Sun Jie, why are we still short 100,000 yuan? Can we get enough? You must get enough. Sun Jie smiled and comforted. You can rest assured. There will be no problem. Yang Ming sat in the front passenger seat and directed the driver to go to his uncle's sandstone field in the south of the city. Yang Ming hadn't been here for a long time. The last time he was here was when he was in elementary school. After his uncle had money, he didn't like these poor relatives anymore. Yang Ming was too lazy to annoy them in front of him. He didn't expect that when he came here again, it was to rescue his uncle. The three underlings of the Sun family in the car were all people with unique skills. Usually, they would not submit to others easily. When Yang Ming got in the car, they just regarded Yang Ming as a friend of the Mississippi. They didn't feel that Yang Ming was special. However, as Yang Ming showed his superb interrogation skills, the three of them were convinced by Yang Ming. What kind of trick is this? He had never seen or heard of such a thing before. The three of them were originally leaders in various industries. Now, they were recruited by Sun Hongjun to serve the Sun family. They were actually doing a duty and obligation to the Sun family, but they admired Yang Ming from the bottom of their hearts. For example, this bearded man was a famous fighting master in a mercenary group in Vietnam. He was jokingly called Hurun by his companions because he was too fierce. His real name was Lu Liang. The computer hacker's name was Ge Long. He was a computer hacker from a mercenary group in America. Although the driver, Mao Kai, was not a mercenary, he was a racer in an underground car market in the United States. He once maintained a total score of 64 consecutive races. However, because he committed a crime, he had to run back to China and work for the Sun family. Although they only saw one side of Yang Ming, these people usually admired people with abilities because no one was omnipotent. A person who could do well in one aspect was already very good. Therefore, after Sun Jie left, the three of them naturally regarded Yang Ming as the boss and listened to his orders. The car began to slow down as it approached the sand field. This was a sand field. In Yang Ming's memory, his uncle's field was in the front. However, he hadn't been here for so many years. He didn't know if he had moved or expanded. Stop the car. Yang Ming said to Mao Kai, who was driving. The car stopped on the side of the road. Yang Ming pretended to look for the sand field and secretly used his special ability. He was observing whether there were any straw huts nearby and whether there were people in the straw huts. Yang Ming's searching speed was very fast because he could see infinitely. Soon, Yang Ming found the location where his uncle was kidnapped. It was a small straw hut near the third sand field in front. If one didn't look carefully, no one would notice this place. It seemed that this brother Xiong wasn't a fool. His uncle's hands and feet were tied, and his mouth was stuffed with a piece of white cloth. However, looking at the rise and fall of his chest, it was obvious that there was no big problem. In the straw hut, there were only 3 people in charge of guarding the uncle. One of them was big and round, and he sat very casually. This person was probably Brother Xiong. He looked quite like a bear. Although the other 2 people were sitting on the ground, they were obviously more restrained. Their faces showed a flattering smile. At first glance, they were 2 underlings. The 3 people were playing Fight the Landlord. They were playing with enthusiasm and didn't look at Yang Dashin. Next to them was a laptop and an internet phone. Apparently, they were contacting Yang Li through this. It seemed that these people weren't completely idiots. In this way, it was even more impossible to trace anything. However, to guard a hostage with only a few people, it was indeed a bit too little. Yang Ming thought about it slightly and figured out the middle boundary. The south of the city was Bao Sanli's territory. Yu Xiangda's people couldn't come over with great fanfare. If it attracted the attention of Bao Sanli's underlings, the kidnapping would fail. Yang Ming directed Mao Kai to park the car near the straw hut and then said to the big, bearded man, "There are about 3 or 4 people inside. Can you deal with them?" Yang Ming didn't say it so firmly. He just said a rough number. He was afraid that the big, bearded man would ask him how he got the information, so he just vaguely said it. The big, bearded man didn't ask in detail. He just nodded and said, "I alone am enough." "Okay, knock them out. Bring them to the car," Yang Ming said. The big, bearded man grinned. Apparently, he had a plan to do this kind of thing. The big, bearded man came directly to the front of the straw hut. He didn't even knock on the door. He directly kicked the straw door away. Although Brother Xiong had already blocked it, how could it withstand the big, bearded man's kick? Coincidentally, the door panel and door pin of the straw hut were directly shaken up and directly hit the head of one of Brother Xiong's underlings. This guy was knocked out on the spot. Yang Ming saw it and felt lucky. What if this hit his uncle's head? Fortunately, his uncle was relatively far away and was in the innermost part. Brother Xiong and the other underling who didn't fall were shocked. What the hell is going on? Before they could react, a ferocious man with a big beard stood in front of them. "Who are you?" Brother Xiong was in the underworld, so he calmed down quickly. "Who are you? What are you doing in my straw hut?" Lu Yang asked. Of course, he couldn't directly say his purpose. He just wanted to confuse right and wrong and let Brother Xiong think that he didn't come for Yang Dashin. Sure enough, Brother Xiong was stunned. Did I take over someone else's place? Originally, Brother Xiong wanted to beat the guy in front of him, but now he was in the wrong. The person in front of him seemed to be quite fierce, so there was no need to complicate things. So he smiled and said, "Brother, we brothers are doing things here. Can you make it easy?" "Easy? But my family has to put the goods in the straw hut," Lu Yang said with some difficulty. Make it easy." Brother Xiong reached out and took out a stack of banknotes from his pocket. He counted 5 banknotes and handed them to Lu Yang. "We will leave tomorrow." "So that's it." Lu Yang pretended to be very happy. He took the banknotes and put them in his hand. He lowered his head and looked hesitant. Brother Xiong didn't treat him as an enemy at this time, so his spirit was very relaxed. But he didn't expect Lu Yang to suddenly circle behind him and give him a karate chop on the back of his neck. "You!" Brother Xiong's underling saw that something was wrong. He just opened his mouth to shout a word, and he was knocked unconscious by Lu Yang. Lu Yang didn't need to look at Brother Xiong because he was very confident in his own hand. Lu Yang walked out of the straw hut and grinned outside. In fact, Yang Ming had already seen him deal with the people inside, but he still smiled and got out of the car like the people in the car. Yang Dashin might have been fed something like sleeping pills. He was sleeping at the moment. Yang Ming wasn't in a hurry to wake him up. Instead, he carried him to the car. Brother Xiong and the two underlings were tied up and thrown to the back of the car, together with the peaked cap man. Complete victory. Yang Ming sat in the car and took out his mobile phone. He edited a short message with a smiley face and sent it to Sun Jie. He believed that with Sun Jie's cleverness, she would naturally guess the meaning of this. Sure enough, Sun Jie took out the mobile phone and glanced at it. Then, her mouth showed a smile. This Yang Ming is still playing this kind of game at this time. However, this couldn't be said to Yang Li. Sun Jie had to pretend to be happy and said, Yang Li, let me tell you good news. One of my underlings found your father. What? Yang Li was shocked. Her eyes showed a look of surprise. Sister Sun Jie, is it true? You said that your underling found my father? Yes, you wait. I will call again and ask. Sun Jie nodded and said, Okay, you call quickly. Yang Li said in a hurry. Sun Jie dialed Yang Ming's number. She stood up and deliberately moved to the window. She was afraid that Yang Li would hear the content of the phone call. Hello, this is Sun Jie. Sun Jie didn't say Yang Ming's name. She was also afraid that Yang Li would hear it. The person has been rescued and is on the way back. Right? Don't tell my parents and Yang Li that I did it. Just say that your underling found it. Yang Ming instructed. Chapter 241. This is the license for this brand. The car is a complete set of procedures. There won't be a problem. Sun Jie didn't bother with him, but handed a small blue book to Yang Ming. Yang Ming nodded. He didn't say anything on the surface, but he was a little surprised. What does Sun Jie's family do? The average rich family wouldn't play with fake license plates. Even if the traffic police detained the car, they would have connections. Now it seemed that Sun Jie's car had other license plates prepared. It seemed that the license plates were often changed. Yang Ming glanced at the Donghai license plate that Sun Jie ordered Big Beard to remove. Sun Jie seemed to understand Yang Ming's thoughts and said faintly, The Donghai license plate is also fake. This car is smuggled. The glass and door are all modified to be bulletproof. Yang Ming knew that although his relationship with Sun Jie seemed to be very close, it hadn't reached the point where they could talk about everything. It was useless to ask more. Sun Jie would tell him everything. Thank you. Yang Ming smiled at Sun Jie. After the car is used up, I will call you. How they go back? Yang Ming pointed at Big Beard and the other two. Take a taxi. Sun Jie rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. You don't seem to be so retarded, right? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that his casual concern would be called an idiot. After driving Zhang Bin's car for a while, Yang Ming was also an experienced driver. He started the car lightly and then slowly drove to the hospital where Ho Jinhan was. Ho Jinhan. Yang Ming dialed Ho Jinhan's phone. Brother Yang, it's me. Do you have any instructions? Ho Jinhan answered the phone. Tonight, there's a task for you. I am in the parking lot below the hospital. You explain it over there and come down as soon as possible. Yang Ming instructed. No problem. I am eating with my mother. I will come down in 10 minutes. Ho Jinhan said, Okay, I will wait for you. It's a blue Buick minivan with a Guangdong license plate. Yang Ming said, Got it. Ho Jinhan responded. The four people in the back of the car would not wake up for a while. They were also drugged by the bearded man. It was estimated that they would not wake up until midnight. Yang Ming looked at the peaked cap man behind him. Although these four people were sent to Bao Sanli's hands, it was estimated that they would not survive, but Yang Ming was still a little worried. After all, the peaked cap man had seen his appearance. He was afraid that the peaked cap man would talk nonsense when he woke up. Yang Ming looked at the baseball cap and took a deep breath. Although he knew that his life would be completely different from the moment he obtained his special ability, he still struggled for a long time in his heart. Sometimes life was like this. Being sympathetic to your enemy was being cruel to yourself. Yang Ming sighed. These four people were in the hands of Bao Sanli. It was completely unknown whether they were alive or dead. Bao Sanli was likely to kill these four people in front of his subordinates to boost their morale. Now, if Yang Ming helped the peaked cap man, it might be his relief. Thinking of this, Yang Ming slowly moved in the direction of the peaked cap man. The back of the Buick was completely sealed off. The windows were also pasted, so the outside couldn't see the situation inside. Yang Ming didn't have to worry about being seen. Yang Ming raised his hand and hit an acupuncture point on the head of the peaked cap man. The unconscious peaked cap man groaned. His body twitched slightly, and then he resumed his even breathing. Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief and calmed his emotions. The peaked cap man had become a useless person. It was estimated that he would never wake up again. However, he would also be spared from being tortured by Bao Sanli. After doing all this, Yang Ming took out his mobile phone and called Bao Sanli. "Brother Yang, why did you think of calling me?" Bao Sanli was now proud of his success. There was a faint smile in his tone. "Brother Bao, a friend of mine caught 4 of Yu Xiangda's underlings." Yang Ming had already thought of an excuse, so he said very calmly, "Your friend? Who is it?" Bao Sanli was stunned, but he asked with some vigilance. "He is also a person who wants to get involved in the underworld of Songjiang. You may have the possibility of cooperating with him." Yang Ming said, "Did he ask you to talk to me?" Bao Sanli hesitated and said, "Brother Yang, you also know that our relationship is a life and death friendship in the detention center. If you want to get a share of it, I am willing to do it without any hesitation. But for others, I am afraid that he won't be able to handle the situation in Songjiang." Yang Ming had long expected that Bao Sanli would say this. After all, Bao Sanli didn't know him. It was impossible for Bao Sanli to agree, especially now that Bao Sanli was in an advantage. He hadn't reached the point where he couldn't be choosy. If it was Yang Ming, he wouldn't easily accept a stranger's intention to cooperate. "No, I don't know this person, but I have a friendship with one of his confidants. I'm just telling you what I've heard," Yang Ming said casually. "Oh, it turned out to be like this." Bao Sanli didn't doubt him. "Right? Why did they catch you Xiangda's underlings?" "In fact, the matter is like this. My uncle was kidnapped by Yu Xiangda's underlings. My friend happened to have some conflicts with Yu Xiangda. I didn't expect that he would rescue my uncle on the way. That's why I knew that they had captured 4 of Yu Xiangda's men. Otherwise, my relationship with that person wasn't particularly good. If it weren't for my uncle, he wouldn't have told me these things," Yang Ming said with a mixture of truth and lies. "Is like this. Right? What is your uncle's name?" Bao Sanli suddenly thought of something and asked. "Yang Dashin." Yang Ming pretended not to understand and asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" "Yang Dashin, he is your uncle?" Bao Sanli asked in surprise. "Yeah, he is my uncle." Yang Ming pretended to be puzzled. "What a coincidence. Right? Is your uncle okay?" Yang Dashin was Bao Sanli's god of wealth, so Bao Sanli immediately shifted his attention to this. "No, I didn't do anything to my uncle. There should be no big problem." Yang Ming said, "It is a coincidence. Their underlings had a conflict with Yu Xiangda's underlings. I didn't expect that they actually saved my uncle." This was what Yang Ming said deliberately. The purpose was to dispel Bao Sanli's suspicion. Sure enough, Bao Sanli didn't doubt him. "It's good that he is fine. Right, Brother Bao, they want to give Yu Xiangda's underlings to you. I don't know if you are willing to accept them?" Yang Ming asked with a smile. "Give them to me? What happened? Aren't they going to deal with Yu Xiangda?" Bao Sanli was a bit puzzled. "They have no friendship with Yu Xiangda. The conflict with his underlings was purely accidental. I'm not very clear about the specific situation. Let's do it this way. I will let their underlings find you. I will just act as a middleman," Yang Ming said very vaguely. "If that's the case, then you ask them to come to the Nightless Club to find me. We will talk about it when we meet." Bao Sanli thought about it. He felt that if such a favor was given to him for free, it would be a waste if he didn't accept it. However, he still had to be cautious about this matter. "Right, I heard them say that there's a person named Brother Xiong among them." Yang Ming heard that Bao Sanli's tone didn't seem to be very serious about this matter, so he increased his bargaining chip. Although Yang Ming didn't know what role this Brother Xiong played by Yu Xiangda's side, Yu Xiangda could give him important things to do. It seemed that his position in the gang wasn't low. So Yang Ming said a sentence tentatively. "What? Big Xiong was also caught?" Bao Sanli was shocked and immediately said, "Brother Yang, where are the people you mentioned? Can you call them over immediately? Or I can send a car to pick them up." Yang Ming didn't know what this Brother Xiong did, but Bao Sanli knew. Brother Xiong's position by Yu Xiangda's side was no less than Di Lei and Qi Wenrui's position by his side. Big Bear was like a right-hand man. If he could capture Big Bear, it would be very advantageous for him in front of both his subordinates and Yu Xiangda. So when Bao Sanli heard the two words Brother Xiong, he immediately became interested. Yang Ming secretly smiled and knew that he guessed correctly. So he said, "I don't know where they are. Let's do it this way. I will call my friend and let him find you now." "Okay, then I will leave it to you, Brother Yang," Bao Sanli said happily. Although this matter seemed to have a lot of doubts in the middle, Bao Sanli was originally a rough person. Moreover, the matter of Yang Ming was mixed in the middle, so Bao Sanli didn't have any doubts about Yang Ming. Moreover, now he was blinded by the joy of catching Big Xiong. He didn't think about the conflicts in the middle. Chapter 242. Ho Jinhan came to the parking lot and saw Yang Ming's blue Buick minivan without much searching. He confirmed the license plate and quickly walked over. Yang Ming also saw Ho Jinhan. When he came to the front, he opened the door. "Get in the car." Ho Jinhan didn't say anything. He sat in the car. After closing the door, he asked, "What do you want me to do?" "There are 4 people behind the car. They have been drugged and tied up. They are Yu Xiangda's people. You drive to the Nightless Club and act according to the plan we discussed before." Yang Ming said, "Right, can you drive?" Hee. Ho Jinhan smiled and nodded. How many soldiers don't know how to drive? Especially for me who retired from the Special Forces. Not to mention a car, I can even drive a plane. Brother Yang, you can rest assured. I promise to complete the task. Well, I will go upstairs to take care of Andy. After you complete the plan, drive the car around the city a few times. Don't let anyone follow you. Yang Ming said, "In the back of the car, there is a Donghai license plate. After you are done, find a remote place to change it, and then go back to the hospital." Ho Jinhan nodded and made an okay gesture. It's a piece of cake. Yang Ming knew that Ho Jinhan was a retired Special Forces soldier. He was stronger than the average mercenary. He had strong anti-reconnaissance and anti-tracking abilities, so he was not very worried. After giving the instructions, Yang Ming jumped out of the car. Ho Jinhan started the car and left the parking lot of the city hospital in the night. Yang Ming went to Ho Jinhan's mother's ward once, but that time, Ho Jinhan's mother was pushed by Yu Xiangda's men. The wound opened, and she had to undergo a second operation. Ho Jinhan's mother was not particularly awake after the operation. Yang Ming didn't know if she could still remember him, but it didn't matter. If she didn't know, it should be fine to explain it to her. Finding the ward that he came to last time, Yang Ming knocked on the door and went in. There were 2 patients in the ward. One was an old man with rheumatism whom Yang Ming had seen before. The remaining old lady was Ho Jinhan's mother. The other 2 beds were already empty. It seemed that the other 2 had already been discharged. "Andy." Yang Ming pushed open the door and walked in. He greeted Ho Jinhan's mother, who was lying on the bed watching TV. "Oh." Mother Ho looked at Yang Ming in surprise, and then suddenly realized, "I know, you are my little monkey's boss." "Hello, Mr. Yang. It's so late. Why are you here?" "Little monkey just went out. Should I call him back?" Yang Ming was slightly stunned when he heard Mother Ho's address. He didn't know how Ho Jinhan introduced him. He actually said that he was his boss. But now that he thought about the relationship between the 2 of them, it seemed to make sense. It's just that Ho Jinhan's nickname is a bit interesting. "Little monkey?" Hee. "What boss?" Hee. "It's just a small business." Since Ho Jinhan said so, Yang Ming didn't deny it and nodded. "Mr. Yang is really young and promising. My little monkey doesn't have much ability. Mr. Yang, you have to take care of him in the future," Mother Ho said enthusiastically. "Auntie, rest assured. I will definitely do it." Yang Ming nodded. I know. My little monkey said that this operation fee was paid by you first. He said that you were a good person, unlike the previous boss who not only gave less, but also embezzled. After a month, There is nothing left. Mother Ho said very gratefully, right, I was just talking. Should I call Little Monkey and ask him to come back? No need, Auntie. I asked him to go out and do something. Yang Ming said quickly. I saw him downstairs. He drove my car and left. Oh, it turned out to be a business matter. That's good. Mother Ho nodded. This kid just told me that he was going to do something at night. I thought he was lying to me. I was thinking about what to do at night. Maybe he fooled me and went to drink with his original friends. Now I'm relieved. Yang Ming felt ashamed in his heart. However, there was no way. Something still had to be done. Whether it was for himself, his family, Lan Ling, Chun Ming Yin, Yang Ming had to work hard. Auntie, you can rest assured. Usually, when Ho Jinhan goes out at night, I am the one who looks for him. Yang Ming said. And, since you said so, then I have nothing to worry about. You're the boss. You give him a salary. He should do things for you. But this child came back from the army. He may have a bad temper. As Mother Ho said this, she was worried. I heard that his first job was because his character was too impulsive. AI, this child, I am afraid that he will do something that will harm the company. Auntie, you can rest assured. I admire Ho Jinhan's character. No problem. Yang Ming smiled and said, besides, I will also supervise him. Yang Ming chatted with Mother Ho for a while. He took out his mobile phone and looked at the time. 30 minutes had passed. Ho Jinhan should have contacted Bao Sanli. I don't know how things are going. Ho Jinhan followed Yang Ming's instructions and met Bao Sanli at the Nightless Club. When Bao Sanli confirmed that one of the people in the car was Big Bear, his face was suddenly full of smiles. He became very enthusiastic to Ho Jinhan. Bao Sanli ordered the kitchen to immediately prepare a sumptuous banquet. He wanted to treat Ho Jinhan. Many of the dishes in the nightclub were ready-made or semi-finished, so the preparation was quite fast. After a while, the dishes were on the table. Ho Jinhan usually couldn't eat these delicacies. When he saw so much seafood on the table, he naturally coveted it. But he knew that his behavior today would represent Yang Ming in the future. He couldn't lose face for Yang Ming. He remembered his identity. He was now the underling of a very powerful boss. He couldn't let Bao Sanli look down on him. Sure enough, Ho Jinhan's calm look made Bao Sanli speak first. I'm sorry. I know that Mr. Ho is a distinguished guest from afar. You may not like the food here, but now my nightclub is not a big restaurant. There aren't so many dishes. I hope Mr. Ho won't be offended if I don't treat you well. How can I? I'm just working for the boss. I usually eat plain tea. Mr. Bao's words are too serious. Ho Jinhan smiled and said, Come, let me toast you first. Thank you, Mr. Bao, for preparing the dishes for me. To be honest, I've been busy today. I'm really hungry. Hee. Well, cheers. Bao Sanli heard Ho Jinhan's words and knew that he was a straightforward person. He was relieved. Previously, he was afraid that this kind of foreign tycoon would be very overbearing. Just now, Bao Sanli also saw the Guangdong license plate on Ho Jinhan's car, so he naturally thought that Ho Jinhan was a foreigner. After a cup of wine, Ho Jinhan simply stuffed some food into his mouth. He was really hungry, but in the current situation, he couldn't eat too much. He could only eat more without leaving a trace. Today, I would like to thank Mr. Ho for sending me these 4 people. I am really grateful, Bao Sanli said. As the saying goes, don't accept rewards without pains. I don't know what Mr. Ho wants from me. This was what Bao Sanli was most concerned about. Although he caught Big Bear and could establish his prestige, and it was also a fatal blow to Xiangda, these people were sent by Mr. Ho in front of him. Bao Sanli had to ask clearly about the power of the middle. Mr. Bao, what are you talking about? The boss said that these 4 people are a greeting gift from Mr. Bao. What do you want in return? Ho Jinhan smiled and shook his head. This. Bao Sanli was stunned. It's that simple? A greeting gift for me? Mr. Bao, you don't have to worry too much. I will leave them for you in a while. Ho Jinhan said with a smile. I am also working for the boss. This is the boss's intention. I don't need to be careless with Mr. Bao. Good, straightforward. Bao Sanli nodded and said very happily, Brother, you are forthright. Bao Sanli am not that kind of ungrateful person." As he spoke, he took out a bank card from his pocket and said, "Here is 100,000 yuan. Consider it as a thank you gift to your boss." "Mr. Bao, you are wrong to do this." Ho Jinhan quickly declined. "Our boss said that there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Mr. Bao, you don't have to rush to thank me. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but your boss is—" This was the question that Bao solemnly wanted to ask the most. "I'm sorry, Mr. Bao. The boss is a person who likes peace and quiet, and his identity is very special. I can't answer." Ho Jinhan shook his head apologetically. It doesn't matter. "I'm being nosy." Bao solemnly smiled and said. However, he had some doubts in his heart. What does Ho Jinhan's boss want to do? Chapter 243. At the table, Ho Jinhan didn't propose any cooperation to unify the underworld of Songjiang. This made Bao solemnly feel relieved. What he was most afraid of now was that Ho Jinhan's boss would jump out and share a piece of the pie with him. If Yang Ming came out and shared a piece of the pie with him, Bao solemnly was willing. After all, it was a friendship of life and death. They went to prison together, fought together, and even went to prostitution together. However, for people in the underworld, the friendship in prison was a true friendship. It wasn't that Yang Ming didn't want to do this, but his current identity didn't allow it. He was now a student. If he went out to mingle in the underworld, not to mention his parents, even Chun Mingyan wouldn't agree. Although Ho Jinhan was very hungry, he didn't eat much. He chatted with Bao solemnly for a while, then he got up and left. When he walked to the door, he pretended to be unintentional and said casually to Bao solemnly, "The boss isn't very interested in Song Zhang's underworld now. He doesn't want to get involved immediately. Now, I'm waiting for Mr. Bao's good news." "Hee. Thank your boss for his auspicious words." Bao solemnly listened to Ho Jinhan's words and finally felt relieved. A few glasses of beer were a piece of cake for Ho Jinhan. His face wasn't red, and his heart wasn't beating fast. He drove steadily. Ho Jinhan followed Yang Ming's request and drove around the second ring road twice. After confirming that no one was following him, he drove the car to a small alley. He put on the Donghai sign and then went in the direction of the hospital. On the way, he saw a snack shop that was still open. Ho Jinhan went in and bought 5 meat buns. He ate them in a few bites. It was ridiculous when he thought about it. There were so many lobsters and abalones on the table, but he still wanted to eat these cheap meat buns. However, Ho Jinhan didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. Why would he pay so much attention to doing things for Yang Ming? After parking the car downstairs in the hospital, Ho Jinhan returned to his mother's ward. When he entered the door, he saw Yang Ming peeling an apple for his mother. He couldn't help but feel touched. It seems that I didn't follow the wrong person. Yang Ming was a sentimental person. Obviously, he would not treat himself unfairly. "Brother Yang, the matter has been settled. It's so late. You should go back." When Ho Jinhan spoke, he quickly gave Yang Ming a wink. Yang Ming knew that things were going well. He nodded and said, "Well, I'll go first. Take care of Andy." "Boss Yang, are you leaving?" "Little monkey, you go and see the boss out," Mother Ho ordered. "I know, Mom." Ho Jinhan also had something to report to Yang Ming alone, so he nodded obediently and walked out of the ward with Yang Ming. "How is it?" Bao solemnly didn't suspect anything, right? Yang Ming asked as he walked. "No, he was very happy with your gift," Ho Jinhan replied. "Moreover, this person is not very careful. When I came out, no one followed me." "I know. You should go back." Yang Ming patted Ho Jinhan's shoulder and said, "You did a good job." "Thank you." "Brother Yang, you're being too polite. This is what I should do." Ho Jinhan quickly waved his hand. "Okay, I understand." Yang Ming nodded and said, "You wait for my news. The opportunity for you to show your skills is not too far away." Yang Ming walked out of the hospital and drove the Buick business car with a new license plate to his home. Yang Ming stepped on the brakes and parked the car on the side of the road, next to a girl in white. Yang Ming's vision was very good. The vision at night was not very good. Yang Ming unconsciously used his own special abilities. Night vision plus telescopic vision plus X-ray vision. Now his vision was wide open. Yang Ming could see clearly what was in front of him. Suddenly, he found a familiar figure. It was actually his classmate, Lin Jiyun. If Yang Ming couldn't see it, it would be fine. Now that he saw it, he couldn't just sit idly by. In this dark, Lin Jiyun was a girl walking alone on the road. How could Yang Ming be at ease? Although the current public security wasn't very bad, after all, it hadn't reached the level of not closing the door at night, right? Therefore, Yang Ming naturally parked the car next to her and decided to give her a ride. However, Yang Ming's sudden braking gave Lin Jiyun a fright. It was almost 10 o'clock now. There was no one on the road. Lin Jiyun's heart was also drumming, but there was no subway station nearby. The bus had already left. Lin Jiyun had to bite the bullet and walk home. Just as he was feeling scared, he saw a van stop beside him with a screeching sound. For a time, the words kidnapping and trafficking instantly crossed Lin Jiyun's mind. Lin Jiyun subconsciously ran to the front, but if it was really a gangster, what was the use of running? Shun Lin. Yang Ming opened the window and shouted. Lin Jiyun didn't react in time, but Yang Ming shouted again. She stopped in surprise and looked back. Because this was the fake name she told Yang Ming, and only Yang Ming knew it. Sure enough, Lin Jiyun saw Yang Ming sticking his head out of the window and looking at her with a smile. Yang Ming. Lin Jiyun had some doubts, but she still walked in the direction of the car. Where are you going? Get in the car. I'll give you a ride. As Yang Ming spoke, he opened the door of the front passenger seat. This? Lin Jiyun hesitated and finally got in the car. She was already scared just now. After being scared by Yang Ming, she was even more scared. Lin Jiyun really didn't have the courage to continue. However, this was Yang Ming's car. If it was someone else's car, Lin Jiyun would never get in. Lin Jiyun wasn't a simple little girl. She knew that it was more dangerous for a girl to get in a boy's car in the middle of the night than to walk at night. However, for Yang Ming, Lin Jiyun didn't have so many scruples. First, she had already asked Yang Ming to send her home once. Second, she and he had already done it. The consequences couldn't be more serious than this, right? Therefore, Lin Jiyun's immunity to Yang Ming was still very low. Are you going home? Asked Yang Ming. And Lin Jiyun nodded with a blush. She always wanted to avoid him, but she always met him by chance. Sometimes life was so helpless. You had to face things that you didn't want to face. It's so late. What are you doing out here? Don't tell me that you went to dig mushrooms again. Yang Ming started the car and drove in the direction of Lin Jiyun's home. It's not raining. How can it be mushrooms? Nonsense. Lin Jiyun listened to Yang Ming's words and was a little dumbfounded. Is this a college student question? Sorry, I didn't study well in elementary school science. Yang Ming smiled embarrassedly. I was tutoring a junior high school student. I just finished my class. The supplementary material was biology. I think it's necessary for you to listen to it next time. Perhaps because of Yang Ming's nonsensical question, the atmosphere between the two people became harmonious. Lin Jiyun also casually made a joke. It turns out that you are tutoring someone. Yang Ming couldn't help but admire the girl in front of him. She was actually willing to work hard. Especially for such a beautiful city girl like Lin Jiyun, it was rare to see her go out to work. Yeah, otherwise, I wouldn't want to go out so late. Lin Jiyun shook her head. If it's too late, then take a taxi. You're a girl. It's dangerous for you to walk at night. Yang Ming said with some concern. Take a taxi? Forget it. I only earn 40 yuan for 2 hours of tutoring. It takes more than 10 yuan to take a taxi. Lin Jiyun smiled bitterly. It's too extravagant. Yang Ming nodded and didn't say anything. Indeed, Lin Jiyun was right. Since she was going to work to earn money, how could she take a taxi? But he still kindly reminded her, but it's really dangerous for you. You can find a home tutor near the school. I wanted to, but the child in this house was reluctant to leave me. I was soft-hearted, so I kept tutoring him. Lin Jiyun shook her head helplessly. As they were talking, a Porsche Carrera GT suddenly rushed out from a small intersection in front. Because it was night, Yang Ming's speed was very fast. Because he was talking to Lin Jiyun, he only paid attention to the road in front and didn't pay attention to the sides. Therefore, Yang Ming didn't see the Porsche that came out from the side. When it came out, Yang Ming was too late to step on the brakes. The two cars inevitably had a close contact. Quang dang, the sound was quite loud, but Yang Ming didn't feel too much vibration in the car. Obviously, this car was modified well. You sit in the car. Don't get out. Yang Ming told Lin Jiyun, who could guarantee that the Porsche in front of them didn't deliberately hit them. Then, you be careful. Lin Jiyun was also a little worried because she had already seen two young men coming out from the hit sports car. When they got out of the car, they madly slapped the door of Yang Ming's Buick and muttered something. But the Buick's sound insulation was good, so they couldn't hear it. Chapter 244. However, Yang Ming looked at their mouths and saw that they were swearing. Yang Ming was annoyed. You didn't look at the car on the road. Do you still have a reason? Besides, now the front of the two cars were slammed together. It was hard to say who was responsible for this situation. Yang Ming pulled out the car key and locked the door of the car. He only opened the door beside him and pushed it out forcefully. A young man who was slamming the car staggered and almost fell on his butt. After getting out of the car, Yang Ming quickly locked the door's control lock and pushed the door so that no one could open it. What are you slamming? Can you afford to pay for it? Yang Ming got out of the car and shouted at the two people slamming the car. The two young men were stunned. What is going on? Shouldn't this sentence be said by me? Why did someone say it first? The two brothers worked in a nearby car repair factory. Later, they heard that scamming was very profitable, so they drove out at night to look for targets. Last night, they just got one and were proud. Suddenly, they heard Yang Ming's question. They thought, this is not right. Your broken Buick hit my Porsche, and you're still so badass? Do you not understand, or what? Thinking of this, the young man in the jacket who didn't fall on his but jumped over and pointed to his Porsche. He shouted, do you know what my car is? Porsche. Can you afford to pay for it if it is damaged? However, these words were said by Yang Ming before. When he said it again, his momentum was weaker. The other young man in the black trench coat who was knocked to the ground by the car door also stood up and pointed at Yang Ming and scolded. How the fuck did you open the door? Didn't you see me standing outside? Who asked you to stand there? Yang Ming was not angry but laughed. You slammed the car door. Didn't you ask me to get out? The black trench coat was suddenly speechless. Yang Ming's words were very reasonable. I slammed the car door to ask him to get out. Motherfucker, how do you drive? The man in the jacket saw that the black trench coat was put out. He began to fire at Yang Ming again. Did you see? Porsche Carrera. Do you know how much this car is? More than 7 million yuan. When he heard that it was a Porsche Carrera, Yang Ming was stunned. He was familiar with this model. When he was choosing a car with Zhangbin online, there was a post on the car home community saying that there was a great person who modified a Porsche Carrera with a Toyota M2 sports car with a Porsche Carrera. Originally, Yang Ming had doubts in his heart. It was said that this Porsche Carrera was a limited edition. There were only a few in the world. Most of them were still in Europe and the United States. Songjiang was not a big city. How could there be someone who could drive this kind of car? Thinking of this, Yang Ming couldn't help but frown and glance at the Porsche Carrera in front of him. At first glance, Yang Ming couldn't help but be amused. This car is really strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. The paint on the outside of the car was sprayed brightly, but the sheet metal inside had been changed to 7 or 8 crooked. Seeing this, Yang Ming's heart was like a mirror. These two people were 100% professional scammers. They used a fake luxury sports car to fool people and cheat others of their money. After figuring this out, Yang Ming was also anxious. He said happily, do you know what kind of car this is? It is an original imported Buick car from the United States. The engine and exhaust pipe were modified by me. The total cost is more than 2 million yuan. Fuck. Bullshit. The jacket man glared at him. Who are you fooling? Let me tell you, I am an expert in this field. Your broken car is worth 2 million yuan? Are you kidding me? I came from a car repair factory. As he said this, The jacket man immediately shut up. He almost subconsciously blurted out the matter. The black trench coat man quickly said, "Well, even if your car is worth 2 million yuan, this is a Porsche. Have you heard of Porsche? This is the best sports car in Porsche, the Carrera. Mine is more than 7 million yuan. It is more valuable than yours, right?" "Oh, you didn't understand, right? I said that the car was imported from the United States. Naturally, it was modified in the United States. The 2 million I said was in US dollars. Yang Ming said with a smile. "You are fooling us." When the jacket man heard Yang Ming's words, he was immediately angry. What did they do? They opened a car repair factory. They could see the value of the car at a glance. Yang Ming's car was indeed modified, but it definitely wouldn't cost so much money. Looking at Yang Ming's mocking eyes, the jacket man was more sure that Yang Ming was fooling him. "You hit us. Don't talk so much nonsense. Just tell me, what should we do?" The black trench coat man glared. He didn't want to talk nonsense with Yang Ming. Yesterday, he hit a guy who drove a Mercedes-Benz. The guy didn't say anything and just sold it for 50,000 yuan. He didn't expect to meet a tough guy today. "What do you think we should do?" Yang Ming asked. Just now, he was complaining that Yang Ming didn't know what to do. Suddenly, he heard Yang Ming ask him what to do. The black trench coat man was overjoyed. He quickly said, "You also saw it. My car is new. You hit me like this. I won't say anything more. Give me 100,000 yuan, and we will settle this privately." 100,000? Yang Ming asked with a smile. "Just 100,000? The black trench coat man listened to Yang Ming's tone. Could it be that he asked for too little? Stunned, he said, "Oh, right. I remember. I have to drive this car to a wedding tomorrow. Now it's over. You're delaying my business. You should at least compensate for my loss, right?" "How much?" Yang Ming still asked with a smile. "It should be one." The black trench coat man wanted to say 10,000, but he was interrupted by the jacket man. 50,000. Okay, 150,000. That's it. Yang Ming was still the same. The two brothers thought about it. Did they meet a rich guy? They thought about how Yang Ming said that he spent 2 million USD to modify the car. Could it be true? Could this guy be a sucker? Thinking about this, the jacket man made up his mind. "How about this? You give me 200,000, and you can go. You don't have to call a tow truck for us. We will push the car back ourselves." Yang Ming nodded and suddenly sneered. "You two are quite good at raising the price. It was 100,000 just now. How did it become 200,000 in a while?" The jacket man and the black trench coat man had already regarded Yang Ming as a rich guy at the moment. Besides, there were two people on their side. Yang Ming was only one person. They weren't afraid of anything. The jacket man said casually, 200,000 is too cheap for you. Do you know who I am? In Songjiang. Do you think an ordinary person can drive a Porsche?" "Oh." Yang Ming chuckled and pretended to look at him in surprise. "Let me tell you, those who can drive this kind of sports car are generally ruthless people. Today we are in a good mood. We don't want to trouble you." The jacket man continued to fool him. "Otherwise, when we call the police, I'm not scaring you. Your car will be deducted on the spot. Not only will you have to repair my car, but you'll also be fined. Deducting points from your driver's license is a small matter. If your driver's license isn't revoked, you should thank the gods. Then, let's call the police." Yang Ming said faintly after listening. "Right? What?" The jacket man was stunned. "You want to call the police?" "Yeah. I haven't seen a ruthless person. I want to see it." Yang Ming nodded. Forget it. I'm in a good mood these days. I won't trouble you." The jacket man said quickly. "Don't. Let's call the police. I have a phone here." Yang Ming pretended to take out his phone. It's already late at night. It's not good to trouble the traffic police. Besides, the police won't do you any good at all, although I want him to handle the case fairly. But the police know us brothers, who told us to be the fierce people of Songjiang City. They will definitely favor us. This is not good for you." The jacket man smiled bitterly and persuaded Yang Ming. When Yang Ming heard his words, he was so happy that his stomach was cramping. This guy really knows how to lie without feeling a toothache. "It's okay. I think we should still call the police." Yang Ming said stubbornly. Then let me tell you. Don't regret it when the time comes. They might even detain you. The black shirt man saw that the situation wasn't right. He also came out to threaten Yang Ming. It's okay. I haven't been to the detention center for a long time. I just wanted to go for a walk. Yang Ming smiled. Motherfucker, he is fooling us. The black shirt man finally realized that Yang Ming had been laughing at them. Kid, do you want to die? The jacket man heard and immediately showed a fierce expression. Who are you fooling by driving a fake version of the Carrera? Yang Ming smiled and said, 2 idiots. You want to die? The black shirt man saw that his plan was seen through by Yang Ming. He also became angry. He walked behind the Carrera and opened the trunk to take out the wrench and iron rod. Chapter 245. Yang Ming had played enough with him. He was annoyed when he looked at the black trench coat man. So, he took advantage of the time when the black trench coat man bent down to look for something in the trunk. He closed the trunk and hit the back of the black trench coat man. This guy groaned, followed by a pig-like howl. He was probably hit hard. The jacket man saw that Yang Ming killed one of his people in an instant. He was a little scared. He pointed at Yang Ming and said, How can you hurt people? I will really call the police. Whatever. Yang Ming kicked the butt of the black trench coat man and said, Call the police? You want to? Why don't you call? Do you need me to help you? Let me tell you, we are the ruthless people of Songjiang City. If you call the police, you will be useless. The jacket man said with some fear. Okay, don't pretend. Let's talk about how to do this. Yang Ming interrupted him impatiently. You dare to call the police when you don't have any paperwork for your broken car? Yang Ming saw that the jacket man didn't speak, so he continued. Well, I don't care how much you want. Give me 10,000 yuan. What about my car? The jacket man didn't expect Yang Ming to ask him for money. Go back and fix your broken car yourself. Yang Ming flew up and kicked the shell of the Porsche. Suddenly, there was a big hole, making the jacket man feel distressed. The jacket man knew that he finally met a ruthless person today. If the black trench coat man wasn't beaten by Yang Ming, then they still had a chance to fight. But now, facing the tall and powerful Yang Ming, the jacket man had no chance of winning. Maybe you want to run away. Yang Ming saw him looking around and immediately guessed his thoughts. He reached out and grabbed the jacket man's collar. He picked him up directly and said, In a word, do you want to give the money, or do you want to be hit like a car? Cough, cough. Let me go. I will give you the money. The jacket man felt that a wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. He admitted defeat today, but he remembered the other party's license plate number. He must get back at them. The jacket man had no choice but to obediently take out 5,000 yuan. Then, he took out another 5,000 yuan from the pocket of the black trench coat. Originally, the two of them had planned to have fun, but in the end, the money was given away before they could spend it. Fortunately, he had extorted 50,000 yuan yesterday. Now that 10,000 yuan had been taken away, he still had 40,000 yuan left. Thinking of this, Jacket Man felt less depressed. Yang Ming didn't care what he thought. He took the money and got in the car. He reversed the car to the back, turned the rudder to the left, and drove off. What did you say to him? Do we have to pay for it? Lin Jiyun was in the car, and there were no street lights in this area. From this angle, she didn't see the action of the man in the jacket giving Yang Ming money. Moreover, the soundproofing in the car was better, so they couldn't hear what they were saying. So, when Yang Ming got in the car, Lin Jiyun immediately asked with concern, It's okay, it's just a scam. Hey, let me teach him a lesson. Yang Ming didn't say much. He didn't want to bring the matters of the society into the campus. Lin Jiyun looked like a pool of clear water. Yang Ming didn't want her to be polluted. Oh, Lin Jiyun saw that Yang Ming didn't want to say more, so she no longer asked. Anyway, it was fine as long as nothing happened. So, she apologized. I'm sorry. Sorry? Yang Ming was stunned. What do you mean? If you didn't send me home, you wouldn't have taken this road. Lin Jiyun explained. It's fine. Don't think so much. Yang Ming smiled and said, Not to mention, we didn't lose anything. Lin Jiyun couldn't help but fall into contemplation. What kind of person is Yang Ming? Usually, Lin Jiyun was in contact with her own classmates, but compared to Yang Ming, they weren't on the same level. Lin Jiyun couldn't imagine that Yang Ming was the same as her, a first-year student. Although she inexplicably had that kind of relationship with Yang Ming, she couldn't remember the situation at the time. There was only pain and fear. But now, the person who was violent to her was sitting next to her, but Lin Jiyun didn't have the slightest sense of rejection. Subconsciously, Lin Jiyun thought that Yang Ming helped her, and she promised to sell her virginity to him. So this was a fair deal. Now, both of them didn't owe each other anything. It was because of this that Lin Jiyun could be so close to Yang Ming. Yang Ming also saw that Lin Jiyun was in a daze, but he definitely didn't guess that Lin Jiyun was thinking about him at the moment. Yang Ming thought that she was too tired. Yes, for a girl, it was really hard for her to go out and teach to earn money so late at night. Thinking of this, Yang Ming took advantage of Lin Jiyun's daze and stuffed the 10,000 yuan that he had just extorted into Lin Jiyun's school bag. Yang Ming originally had good intentions, but he didn't expect this move to almost kill Lin Jiyun. It was still the same intersection as last time. Yang Ming still watched Lin Jiyun return home before he got in the car and returned home. After Bao Sanli got Brother Xiong and the other 4 people under Yu Xiangda, he was very happy. He immediately called Yu Xiangda and ridiculed him. Yu Xiangda was worried about the disappearance of his men at the moment. He asked Big Bear to kidnap a person. Why was there no news after that? How could such a simple thing be so complicated? In the beginning, Yu Xiangda didn't take it seriously. He thought that Big Bear's phone was dead and he would contact him in a while. But after waiting for a long time, there was still no news from Big Bear in the evening. Yu Xiangda was anxious. Could it be that he was in trouble? However, before Yu Xiangda sent someone to look for him, Bao Sanli's call came. He claimed that Big Bear and the other 4 people had all fallen into his hands, and then he ridiculed him. Yu Xiangda was so angry that he threw the phone on the spot. Yang Ming's move of using a borrowed knife to kill people was brilliant. It was simply brilliant. He killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only did he successfully transfer Yu Xiangda's hatred for his uncle to Bao Sanli, but Bao Sanli also owed him a big favor. If Yang Ming directly killed Big Bear and the other 3 people, or let them go, Yu Xiangda was bound to blame him. After all, he suffered a loss in his hands. Yang Ming wasn't afraid, but his uncle's family couldn't. Although Yang Ming's relationship with his uncle's family wasn't good, he still had to take care of it when something happened. Therefore, Yang Ming simply sent the 4 people to Bao Sanli quietly to prevent future trouble. As for Bao Sanli, in order to take care of his own face, he would never say how Big Bear and the other 3 people were caught. Yu Xiangda couldn't understand whether Big Bear was kidnapped or was directly caught by Bao Sanli. He could only grit his teeth in anger. In this matter, the only person who had seen Yang Ming's original appearance, the peaked cap man, had become an idiot, so Yang Ming was not worried that he would be exposed. Originally, Yu Xiangda was very cautious about the help from Donghai. After all, he also understood the principle of inviting a wolf into the house. Therefore, Yu Xiangda had not been able to let a large number of people from Donghai come over. But at this moment, he was so angry that he lost his mind. Bao Sanli was too much of a bully. Yu Xiangda began to ignore the consequences. He immediately picked up the phone and contacted the boss of the Donghai 4 Snakes gang, One-Eyed Snake. "Hello, Brother Snake. I'm Yu Xiangda." Yu Xiangda tried to make his tone sound normal. However, his face was already somewhat deformed. "Hee, is it Brother Da? What's the matter?" One-Eyed Snake asked. "I have thought about it. I agree to your request. Let's cooperate." Yu Xiangda said simply. "Oh, Brother Da finally agreed? That's right. If we cooperate, both sides will benefit." One-Eyed Snake smiled and said, "If this is the case, I will bring people over tomorrow. Let's discuss the details again." "Okay, then I will wait for Brother Snake to come," said Yu Xiangda. The 4 Snakes gang was a second-rate gang in Donghai City. They mainly looked after the territory and collected protection fees. In Donghai City, they had been suppressed by the Red Society, and there was almost no possibility of growth. The boss of the 4 Snakes gang, One-Eyed Snake, was unwilling to accept the status quo. He had always wanted to expand the Four Snakes gang. Coincidentally, the underworld of Songjiang City was in chaos. One-Eyed Snake felt that this was a good opportunity for himself, so he contacted Yu Xiangda through his connections. Although Yu Xiangda also wanted to use backup to attack Bao Sanli, he wasn't a fool. He knew that Cobra might not be so kind, so this matter had been delayed. He just accepted some firearms from Cobra and didn't let the people of the Four Snakes gang step into Songjiang City. But now, it had reached the point of life and death. Yu Xiangda had been retreating recently. He couldn't watch Bao Sanli kill his way into his territory step by step, so Yu Xiangda finally made up his mind. The underworld of Songjiang City was destined to have a bloody storm. The initiator of this matter, Yang Ming, was lying in bed at the moment. He was really tired today. Chapter 246. Lin Jian didn't know that Yang Ming had stuffed a large sum of money into her school bag. This school bag was carried when she was in high school. After she went to university, she didn't need the school bag, so she left it at home. When she went to tutor today, she had to bring a few reference books that she had used before to the child, so she carried the school bag. After returning home, Lin Jian didn't open it because she knew that there was nothing important in it. There was only a notebook, so she just hung the school bag on the hanger. The next day, Yang Ming called Sun Jie and wanted to return the car to her. Sun Jie was working in the company, so she told Yang Ming the location of her company and asked Yang Ming to drive there himself. Yang Ming had nothing to do. He was going to Fang Tian's place for training, so he returned the car on the way. When he came to the parking lot downstairs of Sun Jie's company, Yang Ming parked the car and entered the building where the company was located. He went to the elevator and came to the floor where Sun Jie's company was located. When he entered the door, he was called by the receptionist. "Sir, who are you looking for?" "I'm looking for Sun Jie." "Where is she?" asked Yang Ming. "Oh, you're looking for Manager Sun. Do you have an appointment?" asked the receptionist politely. "Appointment? Do I still need an appointment?" Yang Ming didn't expect Sun Jie to be a manager. It seemed that he had underestimated her. However, it was normal when he thought about it. Sun Jie was a girl from a big family. It was normal to manage part of the family business. "Yes, sir. If you want to see the general manager, you need to make an appointment," the receptionist explained. "Then I will call and ask." Yang Ming decided to call Sun Jie. "Okay." The receptionist smiled and nodded. Yang Ming dialed Sun Jie's phone, but Sun Jie cut off the call. Yang Ming heard the voice on the phone that couldn't be connected temporarily. He couldn't help but frown. Fortunately, Sun Jie called back to Yang Ming not long after. "What are you doing?" "I'm in a meeting. I've arrived at your company." "I'm at the front desk," Yang Ming said. "Okay, you give the phone to the front desk. I will talk to her. You can leave the car keys to her." Sun Jie said. "Wait, by the way, I scraped off a piece of paint on the front of your car yesterday. Is that okay?" Yang Ming asked. "If there is a problem, can you help me fix it?" Sun Jie said in a bad mood. "No." Yang Ming answered straightforwardly. "Then why did you ask so much nonsense?" Sun Jie snorted. "Hey, you wait." As Yang Ming spoke, he handed the phone to the receptionist. "You answer the phone." "Hello, Manager Sun. Okay, I got it." After the receptionist finished speaking, she returned the phone to Yang Ming and said, "Manager Sun said that you want to leave a car key here, right?" "Yes, this is it." Yang Ming handed the car keys to the front desk manager. Yang Ming just left, and Sun Jiwei came. The two people met at the door of the two elevators. Yang Ming went in from elevator number 1, and Sun Jiwei came out from elevator number 2. It was just that the time was too fast. Sun Jiwei didn't see clearly whether the person who went in was Yang Ming, but Yang Ming saw it clearly. "Sun Jiwei, what is he doing here?" Yang Ming shook his head and didn't bother with him. After leaving the company, he found a subway and went straight to Fang Tian's house. Sun Jiwei came to his sister, Sun Jie's company. The receptionist naturally recognized him as Sun Jie's brother, so she smiled and greeted him. "Young Master Sun, are you here to see your sister?" "And where's my sister?" Sun Jiwei nodded and asked. "Manager Sun is in a meeting." If young master's son has something to do, just call her directly, said the receptionist. Okay. Sun Jiwei nodded and dialed his sister's phone. Sun Jia just arranged Yang Ming's matter. She was about to announce the continuation of the meeting, but she didn't expect the phone to ring again. Sun Jia frowned. This Yang Ming, is there no end to it? However, when Sun Jia glanced at the caller ID, her face suddenly showed a helpless expression. She had to pick up the phone. Sun Jiwei, sister is in a meeting. What's the matter? Sister, my Porsche has been sent for maintenance. We don't have a 4S shop in Songjiang City. It has to be sent to Donghai. It takes more than half a month to go back and forth. I want to borrow a car from you to drive, said Sun Jiwei. Isn't it just half a month? Why do you still need to drive? Just take a taxi, said Sun Jia. Sister, don't you have a few cars in your company? Let me drive one first. It's too inconvenient without a car. Sun Jiwei had tasted the sweetness of driving. How could he be willing to take a taxi? Most of the time, it was very difficult to take a taxi, especially in the morning and evening. Well, is a Buick minivan okay? Sun Jia suddenly thought of Yang Ming. Didn't he just return a car? So, she asked Sun Jiwei. If it was possible, she would let him drive it first. Okay. Sun Jiwei wasn't picky. It was fine as long as there was a car. That's good. The key is with the front desk lady. You give the phone to her, Sun Jia instructed. Sun Jiwei handed the phone to the front desk lady. After the front desk lady said a few words, okay, she returned it to Sun Jiwei. Jiwei, I have already talked to her. Sun Jia said, that's good. Sister, you are busy. I will go first. Sun Jiwei said, drive slowly. Sun Jia instructed. Sun Jia really had a headache dealing with her own prodigal brother. According to Sun Jia's idea, this brother should suffer a little. Otherwise, how could he take on a big role in the future? But who let him be the only male in the Sun family? The family treasured him. Sun Jia shook her head helplessly. Sun Jiwei got the car key and went straight to the parking lot. When he saw the blue Buick minivan, he nodded with satisfaction and said to himself, this car is not bad. After starting the car, Sun Jiwei hummed a song and rushed to school. It's so cool to drive by myself. Just now, when I came to my sister's company by taxi, I had to wait for several cars. It was really troublesome. Sun Jiwei turned on the car's stereo. Because this Buick was modified, the sound system was particularly good. Sun Jiwei couldn't help but admire it. It's actually better than my Porsche sports car. It seems that I should modify my car someday. Suddenly, he heard a creak sound in front of him. A Jinbei van quickly stopped in front of the Buick. Sun Jiwei had to step on the brakes quickly. Motherfucker, do you know how to drive? Sun Jiwei opened the door and jumped out. He yelled at the driver of the Jinbei van. Do you want to die? At this moment, the door of the Jinbei van suddenly opened. Four young men with iron rods jumped out from inside. The leader pointed at Sun Jiwei and said, kill him. What are you doing? Sun Jiwei's words hadn't finished yet, and the iron rods were on him. How could Sun Jiwei be an opponent of iron rods? Not to mention, it was 4 iron rods. It didn't take long for him to be beaten to the ground. However, these people obviously didn't want to give up so easily. They smashed Sun Jiwei again. Until the passers-by called the police, the leader said, everyone, retreat. As soon as his voice fell, the others immediately stopped fighting, got on the Jinbei van, and then left. Originally, a kind passerby was going to remember the license plate of the Jinbei van, but he didn't expect that the license plate of the Jinbei van had already been removed. There was nothing on the car. Big brother, did we just hit the kid from yesterday? Why doesn't it look like it? The one who spoke was the black windbreaker who was hit by the trunk lid of the car yesterday. It was so dark last night. Who could see clearly? But the license plate must be this. Besides, I have seen it. The front of his car was injured by us yesterday. I don't think it should be wrong. This person who spoke was naturally the jacket from yesterday. That's good. Damn, our luck is really good. We met him as soon as we came out. I thought we would have to look for him for a while. The black windbreaker smiled proudly. It is estimated that this kid won't be able to get out of bed for 10 days or half a month. Serves him right. Who told him to be pretentious last night? The jacket nodded. On this side, Sun Jiwei was unlucky. He didn't expect that he would be beaten for no reason. I haven't seen the group of people who beat me, let alone have any grievances with them. What is the reason? If you want to talk about grievances, it is that I just scolded them. Is it because I scolded them? The only reason Sun Jiwei could think of was this. Otherwise, why would these people beat me? After being sent to the hospital by the police, Sun Jiwei didn't understand what was going on. For the police's interrogation, he naturally didn't know anything. In the end, it couldn't be helped. The police could only judge that perhaps Sun Jiwei's previous insult caused him to be beaten by the other party. Chapter 247. Originally, Sun Jiwei wanted to tell his sister to help find the culprit. However, after thinking about it, it seemed that he was beaten because he acted like a badass. If he told Sun Jie about this, she probably wouldn't let him drive in the future. Thinking about this, Sun Jiwei could only swallow his bitterness. What bad luck! It must be because I saw Yang Ming, the god of plague. Whenever I meet him, nothing good will happen. Sun Jiwei thought bitterly. When the police asked him if he wanted to file a case, Sun Jiwei shook his head helplessly. I can't let my sister know about this. When the police saw that the person involved didn't have any requests, they didn't bother. Although Sun Jiwei seemed to be seriously injured, the people who beat him seemed to be experienced. They specifically picked the places with the thickest flesh and didn't hurt the muscles and bones. Stealing was one of the compulsory courses for an assassin. Fang Tian now began to conduct surprise training for Yang Ming in this aspect. In many cases, an assassin needed to steal a car to commit a crime, open the anti-theft door to sneak into a room, and steal important clues from other people. Therefore, being an assassin was the most extensive and profound knowledge. Not only did it require deep research on martial arts and medicine, but it also involved various professions in society. No one could guarantee what kind of identity they would use to approach the target when they were on a mission. To become a powerful assassin, it could be done in a few months. However, becoming a qualified assassin wasn't something that could be done overnight. Just like Yang Ming now, killing an ordinary person wasn't a problem. However, if the person was a heavily protected person, it would be difficult. Therefore, it was necessary to constantly improve one's ability. Fang Tian had passed most of the assassin skills on stealing to Dong Jun. Therefore, in many cases, Dong Jun, the senior apprentice, acted as a master and taught Yang Ming knowledge in this area. In addition to Dong Jun's many years of practical experience, Yang Ming's progress was very fast. On Sunday afternoon, Yang Ming received a call from Lu Weishan. He said that he had something to discuss with Yang Ming and asked him to come over. Since Lan Ling left, Yang Ming hadn't been to the family building of Songjiang Industry University for a long time. He didn't want to be reminded of the past. As a result, he hadn't seen Lu Weishan for quite some time. Yang Ming was a little ashamed. He had been busy with the underworld and assassin training recently, so he had neglected his relationship with Lu Weishan. Thinking about how Lu Weishan treated him so well, Yang Ming decided that he would visit Lu Weishan more often in the future. After all, he lived nearby. In the afternoon, Yang Ming came to the family area of Songjiang Industry University and showed the pass to the security guard. The security guard let Yang Ming enter the community. Yang Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly. Ever since Lan Ling left, he hadn't used this pass. Looking back at the familiar building, Yang Ming felt a little sad. Lan Ling, I wonder if you're okay? Yang Ming let out a long sigh. He didn't return to Lan Ling's house. Instead, he went straight to Lu Weishan's house. Lu Weishan's wife opened the door for Yang Ming. It's Yang Ming. Come in quickly. My old man and I were just talking about why you haven't come over recently. We all miss you. You can stay for dinner tonight. Qing Qing will come too. Qing Qing? Yang Ming was stunned. He thought that she might be talking about Xiao Qing. Yang Ming said embarrassedly, I'm sorry, Aunt Chu. I was quite busy at school during this period, so I didn't come over. And I know, you just started your first year. The curriculum is quite tight. There are also a lot of activities after school. But if you're free on the weekend, come over for dinner. Just like today, Sunday, you can go back to school after dinner. Lu Weishan's wife was called Chu Huifang. She nagged at Yang Ming. I got it, Aunt Chu. If I am free, I will come over often. Yang Ming nodded and promised. Yang Ming knew that Aunt Chu's life was very lonely after her son went missing. The house was quite empty, so she liked young people like Yang Ming to come over often. Okay. Hearing Yang Ming's affirmative answer, Aunt Chu's face showed a gratified smile. Go to the study room. My family's old Lu is working on the imperial jade that you gave him. Okay, Aunt Chu. Then you do your work. I will go and find Uncle Lu. Yang Ming nodded. I will go and prepare the meal. When people are old, what they look forward to the most is a family reunion dinner on the weekend. Ching comes every week. Yang Ming, you promised me. In the future, I will prepare a meal for one more person. If you don't come, I will have to throw it away. Aunt Chu said with a smile. I got it, Aunt Chu. If there is nothing, I will come in the future. Yang Ming promised with a smile. Yang Ming had been here a few times. Naturally, he knew the location of the study room. When he came to the door of the study room, Yang Ming knocked on the door. Lu Weishan's voice came from inside. Who is it? Is it Ching or Yang Ming? Come in quickly. The door isn't locked. Uncle Lu, it's me. Yang Ming opened the door and walked into the study room. Yang Ming, come and sit. Lu Weishan pointed at the sofa beside him and said happily. Okay. Yang Ming didn't refuse and sat beside Lu Weishan. Yang Ming, look at this. Lu Weishan pointed at an imperial jade sculpture on the table and said, I just finished your piece of imperial jade. Yang Ming looked at the direction of Lu Weishan's finger. He saw 4 horses galloping on the table. Each horse's expression and posture were different. The hair on the horse was also exquisite. It was the best sculpture art. On the base of the sculpture, there was a small square seal. The words Lu Weishan sculpture were written on it. Since Lu Weishan's debut, there was only a total of 9 pieces of art that had his name engraved on them. These 9 pieces of art were all given to his best friends. Only 1 or 2 pieces were taken out for auction by the descendants of the owner. The rest of the pieces were not circulated in the market. Lu Weishan's name was the same as Lu Weishan's. Since his debut, there were only a total of 9 pieces of art that were engraved with his name. And now, Lu Weishan was undoubtedly trying to increase the value of this sculpture. It's so beautiful. Yang Ming couldn't help but praise from the bottom of his heart. No wonder Lu Weishan's work was sought after by so many people. This was simply a work of art. I'm going to send it to the Asian International Auction in Hong Kong. All the proceeds will be left to you. Lu Weishan said faintly. Although Lu Weishan's calm tone seemed to be saying something very normal, in Yang Ming's ears, it was no doubt like a heavy bomb. Like thunder, it made Yang Ming a little breathless. Uncle Lu, how can you do this? This was originally yours. We had an agreement. Lu Weishan smiled at Yang Ming. He admired Yang Ming the most. This young man was affectionate and righteous. He wasn't greedy for money. That was why Lu Weishan liked him so much. But such an excellent piece of art. Wouldn't it be a pity to sell it? Yang Ming looked at the 4 horses galloping on the table and said with some reluctance, It's just an old man who has nothing to do to entertain himself. Its value is purely made up by people outside. It's worthless to me. Lu Weishan shook his head. Sell it. It's best if you can exchange it for some money. What does an old man like me need money for? Since Lu Weishan had put it this way, Yang Ming didn't want to reject anymore. Thus, he nodded and said, All right, I'll follow Uncle Lu's arrangements. That's right, Lu Weishan chuckled. As for those scraps, I have carved them into 6 small pieces of art according to their respective shapes. There's a ring, a jade pendant, and an inkstone. Let's put these things together in the auction. Uncle Lu, I'll leave it to you, Yang Ming said with some joy. He didn't expect Uncle Lu to be able to use the scraps to make something. Many people didn't dare to throw off the entire piece of jade because they were afraid that if they weren't careful enough, they would ruin the entire piece of jade. They usually used the grinding method to carve. The scraps could only be sold as jade powder. No matter how good the jade powder was, it was still trash without any value. He didn't expect Lu Weishan to be so accurate. Are you interested in going to the auction? Lu Weishan asked again. Auction? You're talking about the international auction in Hong Kong? Yang Ming asked. Yes, the 27th of this month is Thanksgiving Day. Hong Kong is holding an international auction on that day. If you're interested, you can go with me. Lu Weishan invited. Lu Weishan was invited to be the chief jade appraiser of this auction. Because it was an invitation from a good academic friend, Lu Weishan couldn't reject it. Coincidentally, the jade for Yang Ming was also going to be auctioned, so he agreed. But if he went alone, it wouldn't be interesting. Lu Weishan was prepared to bring his wife along and treat it as a vacation. If Yang Ming went, it would be more lively. Chapter 248. Yang Ming thought about it. Anyway, he had nothing to do. It was good to go and experience it, but he was a little embarrassed. He was afraid of troubling Lu Weishan. So he said, if I go, it won't affect you, right? Besides, my school doesn't have a holiday. It's okay. I will bring your Aunt Chu. If Ching Ching is free, she will follow. As for your school, Ching Ching also told me. You don't seem to be so diligent, right? Lu Weishan smiled. Yang Ming didn't expect Lu Weishan to have inquired about his details. He couldn't help but sweat. Then Uncle Lu, you can decide. Okay, as for Hong Kong, I will ask them to send an invitation. Otherwise, our Songjiang is not a provincial capital city. It will be troublesome to apply for a Hong Kong and Macau pass. Lu Weishan nodded and said. In the evening, Yang Ming saw Xiao Qing. At this moment, the previous misunderstanding between the two people had disappeared. Xiao Qing's concern for Yang Ming was always out of the concern of a big sister. Yang Ming, Xie Yongxiang told me about your things. Xiao Qing looked at Yang Ming with a smile. I heard that you two have made a pact. Yang Ming smiled awkwardly. He thought, this Xie Yongxiang is really talkative. Is he trying to please Xiao Qing? Sister Qing, you also know that I'm not the kind of student who studies peacefully. Moreover, there are more messy things usually. Yang Ming scratched his head and said, you have a lot of things usually? I think you are dating your little girlfriend, right? Xiao Qing joked. Right. Why haven't I seen your little girlfriend for a long time? Yang Ming, while Mom and Dad are preparing dinner, you tell me. What is going on between you and Lan Ling? You are not a lolicon, right? I think she is still underage. When Lan Ling was mentioned, Yang Ming couldn't help but look gloomy. He said with some sadness, she had something to do at home, so she went back to her hometown. He naturally wouldn't tell Xiao Qing too much in detail. After all, not everyone could understand voodoo. Could it be that her secret was exposed, and she was imprisoned by her family? Xiao Qing didn't notice Yang Ming's expression, so she made a joke. Please, Sister Qing. She just looks a little young. She's actually already 16 years old. Yang Ming shook his head and smiled bitterly. She does have something to do and has to leave for a while. I don't know when she'll be back. It can't be. Xiao Qing also realized that Yang Ming's tone was a bit gloomy at this moment. So she comforted, it's okay. I can see that Lan Ling likes you so much. She will definitely come back. Yang Ming nodded. He didn't believe that Lan Ling would just leave like that. By the way, tell me, what's going on with Chen Mingyan? Xiao Qing noticed that Yang Ming's mood wasn't very good, so she took the initiative to change the topic. I remember. Isn't she your girlfriend? How did it change to Lan Ling? Yang Ming, don't tell me you're two-timing? Chen Mingyan? Of all people, he had to rub it in. Girlfriend? Yang Ming laughed at himself. My current relationship with Chen Mingyan doesn't seem to be even ordinary friends, right? For so many days, Chen Mingyan didn't give me a definite message. Yang Ming wanted to ask Chen Mingyan several times, but he was afraid that he would overreach himself. At this moment, he heard Xiao Qing ask, so he said faintly, she and I are just high school classmates. Oh, it turned out to be like this. Xiao Qing nodded. I saw that the relationship between you two was quite ambiguous. I thought she was your girlfriend. Yang Ming smiled and didn't deliberately explain. He didn't want to talk about his relationship problems, because this issue was too messy. Right, Sister Ching, why don't you help Uncle Lu and Aunt Chu cook? Xiao Qing shook her head and smiled. I want to help, but Godmother usually has nothing to do. Every weekend is her happiest day. It is a pleasure for a woman to occasionally go into the kitchen. Godmother is enjoying this kind of pleasure. Once I wanted to help, but I was pushed out. Godfather went to accompany Godmother and occasionally helped out. Wouldn't it be unnecessary for me to go? It turned out to be like this. Yang Ming said suddenly, I wanted to help just now. It seems that it is a little unnecessary. Not long after, Aunt Chu announced that dinner was ready. Yang Ming and Xiao Qing went to help them serve the dishes. The family sat together happily and ate dinner. Yang Ming, eat more. Qing, you too. During the dinner, Aunt Chu kept asking for food for Yang Ming and Xiao Qing. She was very happy to see Yang Ming eating the food she prepared. Old Lu, if my son and daughter-in-law were still here, they would come back to eat every week like Yang Ming and Qing, right? Aunt Chu sighed slightly. She was touched by the scene. Old woman, don't think so much. Lu Weishan also sighed. Why don't you accept Yang Ming as your godson? I want to, but Yang Ming is different from our Qing. Qing is an orphan. She can make decisions by herself. But Yang Ming also has parents. How can we take away someone's love? Aunt Chu shook her head. Yang Ming looked at Aunt Chu's lost expression and couldn't help but be moved. Lu Weishan and Chu Huifang were very good to him. He had nothing to repay them, especially today, when he saw Lu Weishan selflessly took out his sculpture to auction. Yang Ming was even more grateful. It wasn't a big deal to recognize a godson. He believed that his parents would agree if they knew the conflict between them. Thinking of this, Yang Ming couldn't help but be excited. Aunt Chu, if you and Uncle Lu don't mind, I will be your son in the future. Okay. That's great. Aunt Chu heard Yang Ming's response and immediately said happily, why would I mind? I'm very happy. Yang Ming, can you call me Godmother? Godmother, Yang Ming said without thinking. Yang Ming knew how Aunt Chu and Uncle Lu treated him, so he didn't force himself to call her Godmother. Godmother, you can call me Big Ming in the future. My parents call me that. Okay, I will call you Big Ming. Chu Huifang heard that she was treated the same as Yang Ming's biological parents. She was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. Big Ming, this is a red packet from Godmother. As she said this, Chu Huifang took out a big red packet from her pocket and handed it to Yang Ming. This, Yang Ming was stunned. It can't be right. Why did she prepare a red packet? Yang Ming wasn't stupid. He hesitated for a while and understood the key of the matter. Chu Huifang and Lu Weishan must have planned this beforehand. Otherwise, how could they take out a red packet at any time? It seems that they colluded to put on a show. Yang Ming raised his head and looked at Godfather Lu Weishan. He saw that Lu Weishan's expression was a little awkward. He didn't expect his wife to prepare a red packet. He blushed and said awkwardly, Big Ming, this matter was indeed discussed by me and Godmother for a long time. But just now it was really true. It was a touching scene. However, Yang Ming didn't feel that he was being schemed. He could see that Lu Weishan and Chu Huifang were really good to him. So, Yang Ming stood up and took the red packet from Chu Huifang's hand. He smiled and said, Thank you, Godmother. Chu Huifang was blinded by happiness. She had prepared a red packet long ago, but she wanted to find a chance to give it to Yang Ming after the meal. But just now, she was excited and took it out. After taking it out, she regretted it. If she did this, would it cause any conflict with Yang Ming? Now that she saw that Yang Ming didn't care, she was relieved. What are you thanking me for? Of course, I have to take the red packet. When the red packet was in his hand, Yang Ming slightly weighed it. It was actually very heavy. It was almost 10,000 yuan. However, Yang Ming still put it in his pocket, because Chu Huifang was looking at it eagerly. If he declined again, she would probably think too much. Yang Ming understood his godmother's current thoughts. Her biological son disappeared. This pain was very difficult to forget. Now that she recognized Yang Ming as her son, she wouldn't want any more mishaps. Okay, let's eat. Xiao Qing saw that everyone was staring at each other, so she quickly mediated. Hee, Ching Ching, you're now Big Ming's sister. You have to take care of your brother in the future. Chu Huifang smiled. Godmother, Sister Ching used to take care of me. Yang Ming said quickly, the food is going to be cold. Let's eat first. After the meal, Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. Lu Weishan and Chu Huifang both looked at him with a smile, but Yang Ming could also understand their feelings at the moment, so he also let go of his stomach and ate a big meal. If he acted politely, they would feel unhappy instead. Sure enough, seeing Yang Ming's easygoing appearance, Chu Huifang was very happy. Do you still want to eat? Do you want to get another bowl? I still want to eat, but I don't want to die. Yang Ming patted his belly. I'm so full that I can't walk. Chapter 249. Xiaoqing lived in the university's single apartment. Generally, the university was very rich, and the single teachers would provide a free apartment to live in. Xiaoqing lived there. Yang Ming and Xiaoqing left Lu Weishan's house together. Xiaoqing returned to the apartment, and Yang Ming returned to the university's dormitory. Yang Ming, come and see Mom and Dad often in the future. Xiaoqing didn't have parents since she was a child, so it wasn't inappropriate to call Lu Weishan and Chu Huifang Mom and Dad. But Yang Ming was different. In order to distinguish himself from his parents, he could only call them Godfather and Godmother. But even so, Lu Weishan and Chu Huifang were very excited today. On the way, Yang Ming called his parents and told them that Lu Weishan and Chu Huifang recognized him as their godson. Yang Ming's parents heard that Lu Weishan was also a professor at Songjiang Industry University, and they approved of this. After all, they were born in a worker's family. It was a happy thing for their son to be recognized by an intellectual. Yang Ming heard that his parents didn't have any resistance or resentment toward this matter, so he was relieved. In fact, Yang Dehai and Mother Yang were very open-minded people. They didn't think that there was anything wrong with this. They also told Yang Ming that in school, he shouldn't act recklessly just because he was Professor Lu's godson. Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Act recklessly? Am I that kind of person? It's good that others don't harass me. Back in the dormitory, Yang Ming found that Zhang Bin and Tian Donghua weren't there. He couldn't help but scold these two sluts. Zhang Bin must have gone to the hotel with Zhao Sisi. As for Tian Donghua, he seemed to say that he was going to find Miss. I don't know if it's true or not. Lan Ling was gone, and Chun Mingyan was in a cold war with him. Yang Ming was left alone. In desperation, he had to turn on the computer and go online. Yang Ming opened QQ to see if anyone had left him a message recently. Because of Chun Mingyan's matter, Yang Ming didn't use QQ much. Lan Ling's avatar was still gray and did not flicker at all. It seemed that she really didn't have any communication tools with her. Otherwise, she would have contacted him. As for Chun Mingyan's profile picture, it was also gray. Yang Ming clicked on her profile picture. At this time, the QQ server automatically updated her information. Her original Xiaoyan name was actually changed to "There's no true love in this world." Yang Ming was stunned. Damn, this name is quite matching with mine. Could it be a legendary couple's name? However, Yang Ming was just fantasizing about it. He wasn't stupid enough to believe it. It seemed that Chun Mingyan changed her name because she was sad. Yang Ming didn't dare to talk to her casually. He had to turn off QQ. There was a saying, cleverness may be the victim of cleverness. Yang Ming was just thinking too much. In fact, Chun Mingyan really saw that Yang Ming's name was "There's no true love in this world," so she changed her name to "There's no true love in this world." On the one hand, Chun Mingyan was really annoyed by Yang Ming's behavior. Even if you and Lan Ling were under some kind of voodoo, you should tell me the truth, right? No matter what, you were the one who got together with me first. When we were in high school, I had already been intimate with him in the cinema, so it wasn't too much to say that I was his #1 girlfriend. In a novel, that was a legitimate first female lead. Why did you hide it from me for so long? Also, the matter of Lin Jiyun, since it happened in high school, you should tell me the truth. Am I, Chun Mingyan, such a calculated person? Since you were framed, I won't blame you too much. But you actually hid it from me for so long? What kind of position did you put me in your heart? Chen Mingyin thought very resentfully. During this time, Chen Mingyin also looked up a lot of information about voodoo through the internet. Especially after reading a novel by Wesley that described voodoo, she had a certain understanding of this knowledge. If it was really like what Yang Ming said, then it was really a bit difficult to deal with. Although Chen Mingyin wasn't a conservative person, she was still a traditional person. When she made up her mind to be with Yang Ming, she decided to be with him for the rest of her life. She never thought that they would break up in the future. She was the kind of person who wouldn't change her mind once she made up her mind. But now, the situation had changed. Even if she made up her mind to be with Yang Ming, she wouldn't allow him to have multiple wives and concubines. It was a new era and a new society. Chen Mingyin couldn't accept Yang Ming's current situation in such a short period of time. But not accepting it didn't mean that the truth would change. Just like what Yang Ming said, if he left her, the voodoo would take effect. Even if Chen Mingyin was jealous, she definitely wouldn't joke about her lover's life. When the time came, he would be dead. What was there to fight about? So now Chen Mingyin was very conflicted. This was a dead knot that she couldn't figure out at all. She really couldn't bear to give up on Yang Ming. This was the only man in her life that she loved. She didn't want to give up just like that. But if she didn't give up, would she have to accept the absurd fact that he had other women outside? For this fickle man, Chen Mingyin really couldn't make a decision. There was no other way. She could only drag it out first. But Chen Mingyin was a little scared now. Although she didn't decide to accept Yang Ming, she was afraid that this guy would do something wrong to her if she didn't respond to Yang Ming for such a long time. So, Chen Mingyin played a little trick. She changed her QQ name to There's No True Love in This World, which was similar to Yang Ming's. This was to hint to Yang Ming that she still had him in her heart. So, a simple matter was complicated by Yang Ming. He couldn't see through Chen Mingyin's thoughts. Is diving fun? Wild female teacher suddenly sent a message. Yang Ming opened it and couldn't help but be shocked. How did you know that I was invisible? Yang Ming was surprised and returned a message to Wild Female Teacher. I used a plugin that shows the IP in invisible state, so I saw that you were online, said Wild Female Teacher. Oh, so that's the case. Yang Ming didn't feel surprised. There were a lot of third-party software now. Right, you said last time that you and your girlfriend were at odds. What happened? Have you reconciled? Asked Wild Female Teacher. Not yet. Things are very complicated. Yang Ming sent a depressed expression over. Right, I told you last time. I'm going to be with him soon. Wild Female Teacher said. Then, congratulations to you. Yang Ming sent a flower over. The two were good friends. Although Yang Ming was in a bad mood, he didn't want to affect others' mood. Wild Female Teacher smiled and sent a shy, smiley face. Play Fight the Landlord with me? I will become a student in a few days. I don't think I have much time to play online games. Wild Female Teacher said. Become a student? Then, won't you change your name to Wild Student? Yang Ming didn't ask for the reason. I have this idea. Come to Northeast Netcom's XX server, XX room, XX table. I will wait for you there. Wild Female Teacher instructed. Yang Ming logged into the QQ game and found the room that Wild Female Teacher mentioned. He played Fight the Landlord with her. I'm a superstar. I don't know what I'm busy with. I haven't contacted Yang Ming for a long time. However, the relationship between the two people was a simple friendship. When they met, they would talk to each other. If they didn't meet, they wouldn't miss each other. This was a friend in the virtual world. The next day, Lu Weishan called. Big Ming, the invitation from Hong Kong is done. Now it is with me. It is a fax. I will send a student to send it to you. Where are you? I am in the dormitory now. Mailed dormitory block C. Ask him to call me when he arrives. Yang Ming said, Okay, you take this invitation to the city police station and find a police officer surnamed Chun. He was my former student. I have already talked to him. It should be faster to let him take you there. Otherwise, you don't know what materials to prepare. Lu Weishan said, You write down his office phone number. It is 8XXX0110. Just say that you are my godson. Okay, godfather. I got it. Yang Ming found a piece of paper and wrote down the phone number. Not long after, a student called Yang Ming and said that Professor Lu sent him to deliver the documents. Yang Ming went downstairs. At the entrance of a dormitory, he saw a male student with glasses holding a portfolio. Yang Ming actually saw him before. Moreover, it was on the first day of school. It seemed that the person Lu Weishan was talking about was him. Zhang Weian. Yang Ming walked over and greeted him. You are? Zhang Weian had obviously forgotten about Yang Ming. Every day, he sent out at least 8 business cards. Naturally, he wouldn't remember Yang Ming, who he only met once. Chapter 250. I am Yang Ming. Did you forget that on the first day of school, you helped me find the computer science building? Yang Ming said with a smile. You are Yang Ming. Zhang Weihan was stunned and said, I remember now. At that time, I met a pretty girl. You called her a prostitute. Yang Ming sweated. What do you mean I called her? I heard it from you. However, Yang Ming wouldn't say such offensive words. Yeah, you remember now? I remember now. Zhang Weihan nodded. Huh, so you're Professor Lu's godson. Sorry for the disrespect. Yang Ming smiled and answered his words. Right, the thing that Godfather asked you to give me is here. Look at me. I was so busy talking that I forgot about it. Zhang Weihan smiled embarrassedly. It's okay. I am sorry to trouble you to come so far to give it to me. Yang Ming thanked him. It's no trouble, right? Yang Ming, I want to apply for Professor Lu's postgraduate program. Can you help me say a few words? Zhang Weihan said very flatteringly. Postgraduate program? Isn't Professor Lu in the history department? You're studying computer science. This major doesn't suit you, right? Yang Ming said curiously. Besides, postgraduate and doctorate are different. You can just take the exam directly. Do you need to find someone? Hey, you don't know. Professor Lu's postgraduate program is very popular. Zhang Weian said, there are several postgraduate supervisors in the history department, but everyone wants to be Professor Lu's student. If you do well, you'll be invited to be an appraiser by the major auction houses and jewelry stores. It won't be a problem to earn tens of thousands of yuan a month. Yang Ming really didn't expect there to be such a thing. However, Lu Weishan's reputation in the Jewelry Appraisal Association was very popular. It was normal for his students to be popular. However, this guy's major span was too big, right? Isn't computer science very popular? It is said that after graduating from university, many people go to the South and Dalian to develop their career. Their monthly salary is not low. Yang Ming asked, brother, you don't know. Computer science seems to be popular now, but in fact, it's already saturated. When other companies were recruiting, they weren't looking at academic qualifications, but ability. Don't you see that many of our computer science students go to some social schools to learn Java or C++ after graduation? The knowledge in university was simply not enough. It's not that there aren't those who can earn more than 10,000 a month, but there are very few of them. They are all ruthless people. Zhang Weihan shook his head with a wry smile. Look at me, your brother. I'm always busy with the matters of the student union and earn some extra income. Where would I find the time to really study? It's already past the 80s and 90s, where as long as you're a university student, you'll be in high demand. Nowadays, there are tons of university students. If you don't have the ability, which company would want you? After listening, Yang Ming nodded and said, You are right, but is it okay for you to cross majors like this? Why not? Graduate students in the history department mainly rely on their memory. You just have to find a time to do some research. If you can become Lu Weishan's disciple, then you will be successful in the future. Brother, it's also fate that we know each other. Can you help me? Zhang Weihan began to beg Yang Ming with a bashful face. Okay. I will ask my godfather about your matter, but the premise is that you can pass the exam yourself. If your score isn't enough, I can't ask for it, right? Yang Ming decided to push it aside and talk about it when the time comes. He didn't expect Zhang Weihan to be so happy after hearing it. Brother, I want you to say that. With your words, I am relieved. Brother, I don't dare to say anything else, but I'm still good at endorsing books. When the time comes, don't forget to help me." Yang Ming nodded helplessly. He felt like he was tricked. After informing Zhang Weihan, he hurried to the Songjiang City Police Station. Hong Kong had been returned for more than 10 years, but due to many factors, Hong Kong and Macau passes were still needed to go to Hong Kong. There were many residents in the provincial capital cities in the country who could directly apply for a Hong Kong and Macau pass and personal travel visa with their ID card and household registration. However, Songjiang was a second-class city. Currently, only individual L visas were available, which meant that you had to go with a tour group. This kind of visa was very inconvenient. You had to go with a tour group when you passed the customs. Therefore, Liu Weishan asked for a business invitation from the auction in Hong Kong. Yang Ming could apply for an S visa for a business visit with the invitation. Arriving at the entrance of the city police station, Yang Ming couldn't help but sigh. He had been here N times before, but he was caught by the police. He didn't expect that he could finally come in openly. Yang Ming called the person introduced by Liu Weishan. Soon, someone on the other side picked up. It was a girl's voice. "Hello, this is the criminal investigation team of the police station. What's the matter?" "I'm looking for Police Officer Chun," Yang Ming said quickly. "Wait a moment," the girl said. After a while, it was replaced by a male voice. "Hello, I'm Police Officer Chun. May I ask who you are?" "Hello, Police Officer Chun. Liu Weishan is my godfather. He asked me to look for you," Yang Ming said. "Oh, you're a teacher Liu's godson. You're applying for a business visa for the Hong Kong and Macau pass, right? You come to the second floor, room 206. Police Officer Chen said. "Okay, I am coming now." Yang Ming hung up the phone and shook his head. Why did he feel that this voice sounded familiar? Had he heard it before? Yang Ming went to the second floor and found room 206. Then he knocked on the door. "Please come in." As he said this, the door of room 206 was opened. A man came out. "Uncle Chun." Yang Ming was stunned. "Yang Ming." Chun Fei was also stunned. "You are Police Officer Chun?" Yang Ming was surprised. It was such a coincidence. It turned out that the police officer Chun that his godfather talked about was Chun Fei. "Little brat, aren't you asking nonsense? My surname is Chun. If I am not Police Officer Chun, should I be Police Officer Wang or Police Officer Zhang?" Chun Fei patted Yang Ming's back. I'm just surprised." Yang Ming shook his head and smiled. "Why? Are you going to Hong Kong for a trip?" Chun Fei took the portfolio in Yang Ming's hand and asked, "What trip?" "I'm going to participate in an auction with my godfather." Yang Ming said, "He is just bringing me to see the market." Xia Shui, come here." Chun Fei waved to Xia Shui. "You go to the immigration department and ask what is the procedure for the Hong Kong and Macau pass." "Yes, Captain Chun." A beautiful policewoman nodded to Chun Fei. Wasn't she the one who caught Yang Ming for prostitution last time? When he saw Xia Shui, Yang Ming was still a little embarrassed. When he peed last time, she saw his private part. It was really embarrassing. When Xia Shui saw Yang Ming, she was also a little embarrassed. When she saw Yang Ming looking straight at her, she couldn't help but glare at Yang Ming. Then, she turned and left the room. "How is it? Are you busy with your studies?" While Xia Shui went out to ask, Chun Fei and Yang Ming chatted. "It's okay. It's much easier than when I was in high school." Yang Ming smiled. "That's right. When you go to university, it's not a big deal." Chun Fei nodded. "Right, the girl you mentioned before. Did you get her?" Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect Chun Fei to be so gossipy and inquire about this kind of thing. So, he said awkwardly, "It's okay." "What do you mean by okay?" asked Chun Fei. Originally, Yang Ming wanted to be perfunctory. He thought that Chun Fei wouldn't be entangled in this issue, but he didn't expect Chun Fei to not let him go. In desperation, Yang Ming had to say, "She ignored me. I can't do anything about it." "Ignored you?" Chun Fei frowned. When his daughter came home yesterday, Chun Fei naturally saw it. He asked her, but she didn't want to say. Chun Fei was also an experienced person. Naturally, he knew if his daughter had a relationship problem. Today, when he saw Yang Ming, of course, he had to ask clearly. "Yeah." Yang Ming nodded. "Uncle Chun, Let's not talk about these unpleasant things. That's Xia Shui. Does she have a prejudice against me? You don't have to care about her first. Chun Fei waved his hand. First, tell me about your friend. Why did she ignore you? Did you make her unhappy? Sort of. Yang Ming was really dumbfounded. Uncle Chun, why are you so interested in my love life? Puppy love doesn't seem to be under the jurisdiction of the police, right? As your elder, Uncle Chun naturally has to care about your growth. This also plays a certain role in supervision. Chun Fei smiled awkwardly. Girls just need to be coaxed. Right, I heard that girls like a set of limited edition cartoon dolls released in Hong Kong Disneyland. Since you're going to Hong Kong, buy a set for your girlfriend. She may be happy and forgive you. Yang Ming's head was full of question marks from Chun Fei's words. Limited edition dolls? Girls like them? But Chen Mingyan might not like them either. Today's Chun Fei is really weird. Chapter 251. It didn't take long for Xia Shui to come back. She said to Chun Fei, Captain Chun, I just asked. He can sign the S sign in this situation. Chun Fei didn't understand this very well, so he said to Xia Shui, Okay, you take Yang Ming to do it. Yang Ming didn't know the specific procedures of the S sign, but since Xia Shui said it, there shouldn't be a problem. So he got up and said, Then I'll have to trouble Sister Xia Shui. Who's your sister? Xia Shui glared at Yang Ming angrily. It can't be, right? Could it be that you're already very old, and you have to call me auntie or aunt? Yang Ming pretended to be surprised. Go to hell. Xia Shui was furious. She raised her leg and wanted to kick Yang Ming, but she saw Chun Fei looking at her. Xia Shui didn't know what to do. She retracted her leg and whispered, Let's wait and see. Hee. Yang Ming didn't care and smiled. I didn't do anything wrong now. I'm not afraid of her. Yang Ming followed Xia Shui out of the office. When they were in the corridor, Xia Shui let Yang Ming walk in front. You go first. I will tell you how to go. Yang Ming nodded after listening. He walked to the front quietly, but he was secretly alert. He wasn't familiar with the police station. Logically, Xia Shui should be leading him in front, but Xia Shui let him walk in front. It seemed very unreasonable. So, Yang Ming had reason to think that Xia Shui was plotting something. Sure enough, after 2 steps, Yang Ming felt a sudden wind behind him. Yang Ming snorted slightly. It seemed that Xia Shui really wanted to do something. However, after Fong Tian's long-term training, Yang Ming's reaction ability and body speed had been significantly improved. When he felt the wind behind him, Yang Ming reached out and grabbed behind him. Pa Xia Shui's calf was caught by Yang Ming. Xia Shui was shocked. She wanted to pull her leg out, but Yang Ming's strength was amazing. Xia Shui moved twice, but it was completely useless. Let go. Xia Shui shouted in exasperation. Yang Ming turned around with a grin. Looking at the blushing Xia Shui, he couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. Huh, little girl, you actually sneak attacked me. Now you're going to suffer, right? What are you looking at? Still not letting go of me? Xia Shui said angrily. Sister Xia Shui, are you mistaken? After you kicked me, you let me go just like that? Yang Ming pretended to be very innocent as he looked at Xia Shui. I didn't kick him, Xia Shui said bitterly. She never thought that Yang Ming would be so lucky to be able to grab her leg. Then you still failed to kick me. It's also a crime. Yang Ming said proudly. You're a police officer. Don't tell me you don't know. Attempted robbery is also a crime. Xia Shui was furious. I kicked you. How can it be compared to robbery? The police uncle taught us that many big thieves started from stealing a pencil when they were young. Yang Ming said eloquently. For the same reason, many murderers started from kicking others when they were young. Bullshit. I'm 22 years old. Xia Shui was so anxious that she used vulgarities. Oh, you're more daring now that you've grown up. Yang Ming said. Do you want to die? What kind of nonsense is this? Hurry up and let go. Otherwise, I won't be polite anymore. Xia Shui tried to move her leg, but it had no effect at all. This posture was too unsightly. Thinking that her leg was grabbed by a man, Xia Shui's face was hot. If this was seen by another person, what would they think? However, she had no other way. Now, Yang Ming was grabbing her leg. She wanted to hit Yang Ming, but her hand wasn't long enough. If she wanted to kick Yang Ming, the other leg had to support the weight of the body. She didn't know Yang's flying kick, and she didn't have the courage to fall. Therefore, she could only be in a deadlock with Yang Ming. If I don't let go, would I let you kick me again? Yang Ming looked at Xia Shui with a smile. Xia Shui really had this thought. She thought that as long as Yang Ming let go of her, she would take revenge and wash away the shame. At this moment, Yang Ming was right. Xia Shui couldn't help but blush, but she still quibbled. Impossible. If you let go of me, I won't kick you. We're even. Hee, I just said that I won't kick you, but I didn't say that I won't hit you. When you let go of me, I will beat you into a pig's head. You can't say that I didn't keep my promise, right? Xia Shui was proud of her cleverness, but she suddenly heard Yang Ming say, "You won't kick me anymore." "You're not kicking me anymore. You're hitting me, right?" Yang Ming said faintly, "Xia Shui, is your IQ too low, or do you think that my IQ is too low?" Xia Shui was once again exposed. She was furious. She said angrily, "Yang Ming, I'm telling you. Now I'm giving you one last chance. If you don't let go, I will shout." "You can shout." Yang Ming knew that Xia Shui didn't want others to see it. "I will shout for you to be a hooligan. Don't regret it. You know, the consequences of being a hooligan in the police station are very serious. You could just wait to be sentenced." Xia Shui threatened. Really? Yang Ming wasn't a child. How could he be fooled so easily? "Which eye of yours saw me being a hooligan? I was just defending myself. Besides, is there anyone who is a hooligan like me? Even if I want to touch your calf, you have to lift it up yourself. Use your brain." "You're smart? If you're smart, how could you be framed and take an aphrodisiac? I think you should use your brain." Xia Shui listened to Yang Ming's analysis. Although she felt that it was true, she couldn't help but start to mock Yang Ming. "I don't know who it was. You believe people who called the police. You even saw me naked. You really don't know shame." Yang Ming retorted. "You. Who is willing to look at you?" Xia Shui said. "You didn't want to look, but you looked twice." Yang Ming was referring to the urine test. "Who knew that you actually peed in public?" Xia Shui said anxiously. At this moment, two young policemen passed by. When they saw Xia Shui and Yang Ming, they couldn't help but be stunned. Policeman A said to Policeman B, "Isn't that Xia Shui from the criminal investigation team?" "Oh, sure enough, it's her, the violent police flower. I heard that she has serious violent tendencies." Xiao Zhou from the XX department pursued her. As a result, he was slapped twice. Policeman B nodded and said, "Who is that man? So ruthless? He actually subdued the violent police flower?" Policeman A was surprised. "I don't know, but things in this world are like this. Everything has its vanquisher." Policeman B said, "Look at the man's impatient expression. It must be that the violent police flower didn't succeed in pursuing him. She wanted to use violence, but she was subdued. It makes sense." Policeman A nodded. "At first, I wanted to pursue her. Then, Xiao Zhou was defeated, so I quickly left." "Huh, I didn't expect her to be defeated." "That's right. This is big news. I have to tell Xiao Zhou. He will definitely be happy." Policeman B said. Although the voices of the two oncoming policemen weren't loud, it was just enough to be heard by Yang Ming and Xia Shui. Because Xia Shui's back was facing them, she couldn't see the situation behind her. Until the two people passed by her, Xia Shui glared fiercely at the two guys who were making sarcastic remarks. Policeman A was shocked and quickly said, "It's a misunderstanding. You guys chat. I'll go first." Policeman B was so scared that he didn't even say anything. He lowered his head and disappeared quickly. Xia Shui was about to explode. These two gossipy men, maybe they would go back and spread today's scene. The culprit who caused all of this was Yang Ming. Thinking of this, Xia Shui immediately went berserk. She couldn't care much anymore. She steeled her heart and leaned her whole body toward Yang Ming. Yang Ming was also shocked. What is this? Could it be that she wants to die together? Just as he wanted to get rid of Xia Shui, the woman's whole body had already leaned toward him. Xia Shui had already thrown caution to the wind. She stood on the ground and exerted force. Her body flew into the air and smashed toward Yang Ming. Quang dang! A loud sound was heard. Xia Shui pushed Yang Ming down. Xia Shui also fell onto Yang Ming's body because of the momentum. Chun Fei waited for a long time, but Yang Ming and Xia Shui didn't come back. The Immigration Administration Department called and asked Chun Fei why they weren't there yet. It was almost lunch break. If they didn't come over, they would have to wait until the afternoon. Chun Fei was a bit puzzled. Where did these two people go? It couldn't be helped. Chun Fei had to go out and look for them personally. Just as he walked out of the office and into the corridor, Chun Fei saw a scene that surprised him. Xia Shui was lying on Yang Ming's body at this moment. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.